All right, you know what? That other view doesn't have Twitch alerts. It doesn't have like the thing. That's terrible. I just realized that that screen doesn't have the alerts. Good thing to fix. Welcome, Russell. That's actually astounding. Thank you. That's 37 months. I didn't even calculate it. Last month would have been 36. What a legend. What a legend. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing fantastically. Yeah, I did the quick math in my head. I can do 12 plus 12 plus 12. Don't get me into multiplication. 12 times 3 would have been difficult. But, you know, I can keep it to simple addition. Hi, Dirk. How are you doing? It's interesting. My daughter... Sorry, I just got a hair. One second. All right, that's better. My daughter's been learning logs, like mathematical logs, right? And it really clicked for her when she like realized that, you know, logs are to like exponents as exponents are to multiplication as multiplication is to addition. Like it kind of all of a sudden all made sense, and she was like, oh, okay, I got it. Anyways, it's an interesting way to view all of those. We need to anyways, it's beyond the point. How's everyone doing? We had a fun week in security, didn't we? Did you guys all stay safe? There was quite a bit that went on. We're gonna get into it. I was gonna cover a little bit of fun stuff before we got into. What I'm saying is, what does Target, Trivy, GitHub Actions, and Light LLM all have in common? We're gonna do that in about the middle of this. It's probably the biggest topic we have to cover today. If you take my advice, you'd been safe from this. So we'll see how many of you took my advice. You escaped the trivia issue? Excellent. Excellent. That's good. Yeah. So I saw an interesting take on the trivia situation from Dan Lornick. Do I pull that up? Let me see if I can find that. And I'm gonna maybe I wasn't gonna bring it in. So I like Dan for the most part. I say that. I've only had good interactions with Dan. I don't know Dan that well. The few interactions I've had have been fantastic. My very politically, I like that person for the most part. I don't know. They could be a bad person. Let me see if I can't find Dan's take on the trivia situation, because I'll add it to him. Finding his take. Let's see. They're gonna make me sign in. One second. And then I gotta do two-factor authentication. Give me a second. Can't find his. Let's see. Show all comments. I'm not very good on LinkedIn. I'm not very good on very many social media sites. Let's see. Yesterday, true supply chain. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I'll bring that in. I'll bring that into the talk. So because why I started searching for that is because what you're saying, Russell, is at least how I interpreted it with you were concerned that they were hit, is kind of what Dan was getting at least in my opinion, was that there are some things that possibly have languished in GitHub that could be done better in more secure ways. And maybe it wasn't Trivi's fault. Now, I'm not here to put blame. We're actually going to look at the whole situation, and we're going to talk about things that you can do to help protect yourself from these types of attacks. I think it's really important to not look at these with who to blame. Now, maybe if you're talking about a business and you're wanting like legal ramifications, sure, but that's not what we're going to do. Today, we're going to look at it as how do we protect ourselves from this in the future? How do we protect ourselves from the consequence of this happening to somebody else? And how do we protect ourselves from this happening to our own project? So that's what we're going to look at. We're going to try to understand it. And we're also going to learn how Target, Trivi, GitHub Actions, and Light LLM all have something in common. All right. Before we get into that, I found some fun stuff on the internet. I thought you guys all might like to start this off with a fun little picture. Oh gosh, this brought joy to my heart. I just needed to share it with you all. Sometimes being the bigger man in a room means actually just holding the other guy's hand. Okay, like I would be embarrassed for them. Okay, I'm embarrassed for them. You couldn't just suck it up in the instance and pretend that you didn't hate each other. Oh my. They deserve it. They deserve it. This was a fantastic picture. I didn't know if this picture happened. I guess this was some summit in India I wasn't aware of happening. Oh, but I only came across it because the CEO of Cloudflare was Vercel and Cloudflare be like, so they were and I kind of always like, I think that this is a great way of diffusing the situation, right? Doesn't call anybody out by name. No, I was in that room in India. Sam and Dario hate each other. I wouldn't recognize Weird Triangle Guy in a room. I found this to be hilarious. Weird Triangle Guy who showed up in my DMs 18 months ago may have a beef. I wish him no ill will. Love is CFO literally came to my wife's 40th. Oh, I would hate to be this CFO. I would hate to be the CFO if I would hate to be the CFO. That's all I'm gonna say. But this picture is fantastic. I enjoyed it. I thought we should start our day off with a little bit of fun from the internet. That's my fun from the internet. You can't get better than that this week. So yeah. I can't believe they couldn't pull it together to just or show up in a different order so they didn't have to be touching. That felt so middle schooler to me. I don't know. Like, I guess. Okay. So let's talk a little security. Before we get into the fun security, we have a little bit of just random security around the internet. We have a little bit of random security around the internet. There is a Cisco CVE out there that you need to take up. The Hacker News wasn't very clear on this issue. I was reading through their articles and they they reference a CVE of 10.0, which is super scary. Unlike the Olympics, you want to score lower, not higher. More points is worse. But when you link to this, what they actually say as the CVE, it links to this, which is not a CVE of 10. But if you actually go to Cisco themselves, they do have a perfect 10.0 vulnerability. And so if you are using Cisco, do patch. Now, this one was interesting. And the reason I brought it to you guys, because I know a lot of us aren't actually doing like Cisco patching of things, was this vulnerability is due to an insecure deserialization of a user-supplied Java byte stream. An attacker could exploit the vulnerability by sending a crafted serialization Java object to web-based management interface of an affected device. A successful exploit could allow the attacker to execute arbitrary code on the device and elevate privileges to root. I thought that this was just a really good call to sanitize user input. All user input has to be sanitized. That is the game we're in, and it's got to be played. So or you're gonna get played like a fiddle. That's just how it happens, and it's a good reminder to sanitize all user generated input. Anything coming into your system is treated as untrusted. Just that's what you got to do. So, yeah, that's the only reason. Like I said, I don't expect you all to be out there patching your Cisco firewalls. You probably have a data center that does that, and hopefully they're doing that. And if you work in the data center, you should absolutely be patching those. They're 10 out of 10. Can't get more perfect. I mean, the reason they're these scores, for people that don't know how CVSS scores get made, part of it is how easy they are to exploit. Part of it is how elevated it is, because some of them require multiple steps and multiple other things to go wrong first. Like, hey, you have actual direct access to the memory of this device, and if that's the case, then but that's difficult. That requires getting through physical security and things like that. So the fact of the matter here is this requires none of that, which is it's super easy to exploit. All right. The one other thing in security was brought to me by the community. I want to thank you all. Wait. Who was it? Who was it that brought it? Was it Dutch? I want to say it was Dutch. It was either Dutch or it was Dutch. Thank you, Dutch. I absolutely love it when you guys bring stuff. I don't catch everything, and I actually missed this one. I was very busy at work this week, and so I missed this one, and it's one we should be keeping an eye on. I'm actually really interested in the future when there's more release on it on exactly how this happened, because right now they're being just a little bit cagey with it because it's not fixed in the kernel yet. We're talking about crack armor. So crack armor is like regular solid armor, but it already has a flaw for your enemies to execute. So crack armor basically is vulnerabilities and issues found in app armor. So if you're not familiar with app armor, you should be. It's a Linux security module that is basically the default on a lot of what I would call the enterprise systems, your Ubuntu's. I know that SUSE app armor was the default one. I don't know if it's Red Hat. Is Red Hat's? I feel like Red Hat's is, right? It's Fedora, right? Does Red Hat default app armor? Oh no, they use. That's right. They use the Cell. I hate Cell, but I hate App Armor too. I did know that. I knew this. All right. All right. Anyways, so crack armor exposes a confused deputy flaw, allowing unprivileged users to manipulate the security profiles via pseudo files. So basically, you can what app armor allows you to do is basically make these policies that let you restrict namespaces and resource availability and things like that. And what you're allowed to do here is basically confuse the thing that's supposed to be protecting you. That's what the confused deputy is. And actually bypass this and write your own policy files. So you can overwrite any arbitrary policy file to there's two things you can do here. If app armor is the thing protecting you, then you can remove it. And so then you can launch attacks on the host system that way by removing app armor effectively. Or you can set it to deny all. So if you're looking to just cause chaos and a denial of service, you could go and set all the things to deny all. This includes like your SSHD. So you could just deny all connection requests to SSH, making it very difficult to regain access to the box that you're talking about, as well as a ton of other very pesky and very annoying things that you don't want to have to happen. So right now, they're withholding the public release of exploit code, and they're working with the Linux kernel team. If you guys don't know, the Linux kernel team only releases CVEs once the patch has been in the kernel for a couple of weeks. I don't know the exact time. They have it well documented. It's a pretty good system, and this allows third-party and downstream systems to implement and do the patch. So things like Red Hat or SUSE are going to actually merge that patch back in to all their supported ones. So when you buy, so this went back to 2017, I believe. Yeah, 2017. So when you buy a supported version from SUSE or a Red Hat or Ubuntu, one of the things that they're doing is they're backporting these security patches. So they're taking these and saying, okay, we're going to backport this and get this to you. So that's why they give a couple weeks after a kernel update, because the kernel team actually doesn't maintain those backports for you. That's on those other teams, right? So that being said, that's kind of the release cycle that you're looking forward to here and why this isn't out. Now, if I remember, if it stays on my radar, I hope to like dig into exactly how this worked. Again, they're not releasing that because the patches aren't in yet for all of them. They did say that there was a couple of them. All right. As of March 19th, 2 CVE identifiers have been assigned to the upstream kernel team. The remaining vulnerabilities in this advisory are still awaiting assignment. So again, we're still waiting on that. So hopefully, my hope is that they release a deep dive as soon as that's ready. That's what I'm hoping. And if they do, we'll review the deep dive if there's anything really interesting in it. All right. Are we all ready? Are we all ready to learn what Target, Trivy, GitHub Actions, Light LLM have in common? You probably already know. You probably already know. If you guys don't know what a pith file is, I actually didn't know what a pith file is. I know I'm putting an I in there, but I can't pronounce it any other way than putting an I in there. So forgive me. Please forgive me. You're going to need to know what a pith file is in this context. It's a module search path extension. Now, I've used Python, and I did not know what a pith file was, okay? So, like, I'm not a huge Pythoner, but, like, I didn't know what this was originally. I learned something new this week. The original and most common use is to add directories to a Python search module. The other way is this model search is in the PyTorch machine learning framework. The pith extension is conventionally used for files containing serialized model parameters. Pith files are a blast from the past. Yeah. Capability snob. This is a blast in the past that slapped us all in the face this last week. All right. So these are pith files. Why am I talking about pith files and Trivy? Well, just know that this all started 2012. Target hackers broke in via HVAC company. So like I said, I'm going to prove that Target and Light LLM all have something in common. Last week was 2014. Target told reporters at the Wall Street Journal and Reuters that the internal intrusion into its system was traced back to network credentials that were stolen from a third-party vendor. Sources now tell that the vendor in question was a refrigeration, heating, and air conditioning subcontractor that worked at a number of locations at Target and other top retailers. Now let's talk. This sounds like I forget the word for it. What is that word? It's a tricky word. Supply chain attack. So we could talk about supply chain attacks, and we got Target 2014. There was probably more before this, but we'll talk Target 2014. I mean, we could talk supply chain attacks in war, in the Revolutionary War. There was a lot of supply chain attacks there. Like, it was a very common thing. So this isn't new. We like I said, we could go back hundreds of years. Supply chain attacks. We got 2017. CCleaner was compromised dev credentials and had a supply chain attack where the attackers actually bundled with the signed artifact under CCleaner's signed artifact, actually bundled malware with it. That was a good one. 2020 was the SolarWind. So SolarWind compromise was kind of the big one. Like these other ones, don't get me wrong, Target was a compromise of Target system and CCleaner was a target of, but SolarWind was a supply chain into other people's things. And so this actually affected roughly 18,000 organizations. So this was the one, these affected a few organizations. This one was the one that was like supply chain attack. Then we got 2021, the CodeCov fiasco, 2021, the Parser.js, 2025, the TJ actions, and 2026. Okay, we'll talk about 2026 in just a second. Okay. So Target got hit by a supply chain vulnerability. This one was actually a physical one, which is kind of cool. A lot of times our supply chains attacks aren't actually physical, but It's pretty cool. And you're sitting there and you're like, Merrick, how does this have anything to do with Pith? Like, why are you telling me about target? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. There's this. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So this is the C cleaner attack. There is okay. So this is getting into it. This all starts via script injection via sourced M file in composite action. Now, if this doesn't make sense, this is the new part that I'm going to bring up here. Is we actually have a article called "What the Fork: Imposter Comments in GitHub Actions and CI/CD" from 2023. I'm gonna give you guys this. It's a good read. Config as code and GitOps workflows are popular ways to manage CI/CD pipelines. They give developers an easy way to add, review, and monitor changes to automated systems that deploy software to production. But these strategies are only as secure as the repositories they originate from, and understanding how they function is critical to operating a secure supply chain. So if you're running supply chains, if you're running deployments, automated CI/CD pipelines, I think this is really important to read. This is a fantastic article to read and understand. I'm not going to sit here and read everything to you in this article, but you should go read it. It's a good article. And if you're like, I don't use GitHub Actions, but I do GitOps, well, you should read it anyways, because this is like sanitizing your inputs. It's something that is going to be a thing across all GitOps platforms, so it doesn't matter. You should still go read it. A fork is a feature commonly found in many Git hosting platforms that allows the user to copy a repository to their own user namespace in order to make changes. Forks can act independently of the repository they originated from and can have their own permissions and histories. All right, so basic forking of a GitHub repository. What are imposter commits? This convenience has a trade-off. When working with a commit SHAs directly, how do you know if commit this or commit that came from the primary repo or a fork? Has a commit been reviewed and checked into the primary repo's main branch? Could you tell if a commit was authored by a legitimate maintainer of the repo? This is where the problem of imposter commits come into play. Imposter commits are commits that appear to be from a parent repository, but they actually belong to a fork due to the way GitHub treats fork commits. They can be fetched via Git or GitHub's own API from the parent repository, and it often isn't obvious that they're occurring. Now, what they're getting at here is that you can leverage these imposter commits to get something and attack supply chains, right? That's what you're saying. You can do an imposter commit, get it merged, and you can attack a supply chain that way. And one of the big problems is if you actually allow your actions to run untrusted code. So can your actions run on those commits, right? This has been a known behavior of GitHub for quite some time and has caused a few notable incidents. One example happened back in 2020 when a user, in response to GitHub taking down the YouTube DL repo, created a commit in the GitHub DMCA repo, impersonating GitHub's then CEO, uploading a copy of what appeared to be GitHub's source code. All right. So GitHub now recommends that users sign all their commits and displays a warning in the UI above any commits that don't belong to a branch in the parent repository. You'd think that this would fix it. Long story short, Dan Lornick from ChainGuard did this. Yesterday's Trivy supply chain attack wasn't really a Trivy failure. It was a GitHub one. This is the hot take I was telling you that I wasn't sure if I was going to cover. But anyways, the technique is boring. A commit pushed directly to a main with valid credentials, hidden inside a bunch of unrelated changes. A release workflow used as a foothold for a prior breach. 75 version tags silently rewritten to point at malicious code. No new release. Nothing that looks obviously wrong if you're not paying close attention. Reaper reported the imposter commit issue to GitHub years ago. This technique of hiding commits from forks is all over their systems. There's no safe way to use most GitHub features without manually inspecting every third-party org and repo controls are too easy to trick. I read that wrong. The most of good GitHub features without manually inspecting every third party. Org and repo controls are too easy to trick. And GitHub still ships version tags as the default way to pin actions. They're mutable, and even if you pin, they can refer to other things with mutable references. Now, this is a really good point right here. So one of the things that you need to do, and this is a fantastic call out, if you use GitHub Actions, is to pin with the SHA, not version tag. Version tags are immutable or are mutable. And what he's saying right here is that you literally can get your tag hijacked, right? Because what happens was they repointed all those tags to a malicious version, right? And so they were hijacking those tags that were already existing, making this attack worse. This isn't a Trivy problem. Trivy got compromised. That can happen to anyone. The problem is that GitHub gives attackers too many places to hide and makes secure by default basically impossible without doing a ton of manual work most teams will never do. Until that changes, treat everything third-party in your pipeline as untrusted code. So this was the hot take. I don't actually think it's wrong. I think that it's maybe a good wake-up call for GitHub. GitHub needs to do some things to make these things easier. I think that GitHub Actions are getting harder and harder to use safely and securely. And I'm calling it out because your company might use GitHub Actions. It's used by a lot of them. And if you do any of these things and have third-party actions that are open source, you are putting your code, your pipelines at risk in the same way Trivy was. And Trivy attack was trivial, but it was easy to execute. Let's go dig into that a little bit more. Going back. Okay. Script injection via sourced M file in composite action. So command injection in Aqua Security Trivia action via unauthorized environment variable export. A command injection vulnerability exists in Trivia action due to improper handling of input action or action inputs when exporting environment variables. The action writes export var input into lines trivy.txt based on user supplied inputs and subsequently sources this file in entrypoint.sh. Because input values are written without appropriate shell escaping, attacker controlled input containing shell meta characters, backticks, or other command substitution syntax may be evaluated during the sourcing process. This can result in arbitrary command execution within the GitHub Action Runner context. So this happened where basically this is user supplied. Again, you have to, what was that here? Here we go. Let's talk about Cisco. What did we say about Cisco? You have to sanitize user supplied input. Anything that is user supplied from the GitHub Action title or the GitHub PR title to a web request has to be sanitized. Period. Full stop. Okay, so this happened, and Trivy actually knew about it. Trivy knew about it, and they rotated their credentials. Okay, so you'd think that this was done. This was February 18th. Not a big deal. This happened, they found it, they saw it, they rotated their credentials. Story's done, right? What does this have to do with Light LLM? Sadly, the story is not done. So in this original breach, Trivy exposed CI/CD secrets, and they rotated them. And Aqua Security discovered the breach and related credentials, but the rotation wasn't complete. The attackers identified as Team PCP, which we're going to talk a little bit more about because this group is actually doing a whole lot more, and for some reason, I don't see a whole lot of coverage of it. we'll talk about that a little bit more. Retained access to the credentials that survived. So they rotated some of the credentials, unfortunately, not all of them. I don't know. At this point, I couldn't figure out if this was just due to they didn't know that the other credentials were compromised and thus they decided not to rotate them. In my personal opinion, when this happens, you rotate all credentials that are in the related system. So if you're in GitHub and any credential that was capable of being accessed in that repository, all of them get rotated. So if you have org level secrets that could be accessed in that one, all of them would get rotated. So I don't know if it was that they just didn't rotate all the secrets and only the ones that they knew of being compromised, or if there was some like secrets that they didn't realize were actually available to that system and that they didn't realize were compromisable. So I'm not entirely sure how this happened. All that I know is that the credential rotation was incomplete in the fact that there was some that were not fully addressed. Okay, so using credentials from the first incident, Team PCP compromised the Aquabot service account and made impersonating commits, spoofing legitimate maintainer identities. So this is where ChainGuard's article on what the fork imposter commits really comes into play as you start to see the spoofing. So they're leveraging this Aquabot to spoof legitimate maintainer identities. They pushed a malicious tagged Trivy repository, triggering an automated release pipeline that distributed backdoor binaries to GitHub release, Docker Hub, GHCR, and Amazon ECR. ECR. So these are their container registries, right? So they pushed out a bunch of ones. They used GitHub Action tagging poisoning. Again, another issue with GitHub Actions. The attackers force push 75 out of 76 version tags in the Trivy action to point to malicious commits. Again, we're going to talk in just a second about how you can protect yourself from this. Again, so just we'll get there. Any GitHub action workflow referencing the version tag automatically ran attacker-controlled code at runtime. Again, don't use version tags. I've said this 100 times. I'll say it 100 more. Don't use version tags. They're dangerous. Step 3, credential theft. The poisoned actions executed a 3-step attack. The malware read directly from GitHub Action runner memory, bypassing log masking. It harvested SSH keys, cloud credentials, Kubernetes tokens. Again, use short-lived tokens where possible. I think everybody should be using short-lived tokens at this point for everything. And encryption. Stolen data was encrypted with this and wrapped with an RSA, rendering network layer inspection ineffective. Exfil data was sent to typo squatting domain as a fallback. The malware used a victim's GitHub pat to create a public repository named TPCP docs and stage the data there, leverage infrastructure. All right. I think it would be difficult to pressure GitHub to make any changes on this since they have plausible deniability. So let's talk about that. Let me finish going through this. I think that if you're talking about from a legal standpoint, you're right. They probably don't have a legal reason to do this. If you're talking about them posturing themselves as a security appliance, because they do, GitHub Actions and their CI/CD. If you're talking about being a trusted platform for people to leverage, they need to address it, right? So there's two different ways you could look at that. From a legal standpoint, yeah, probably. From a, would I recommend other enterprises leveraging this? You know, you make it too difficult to be secure, and that's a problem. Okay, so you're sitting there and asking, like, how does this have to do with light LLM, right? I said they all were related. Well, it turns out It turns out that this was a supply chain attack for other people, right? Because again, Trivia is trusted by a lot of people. It's one of the best. There's a couple really good scanners out there, but it's a really good security appliance out there, and it's trusted by a lot of people. When the malicious Trivia binary ran on a developer workstation, it deployed a systemd service that pulled an internal computer blockchain every 50 minutes for command and control instructions. This decentralized infrastructure is resilient to take down. Using stolen credentials, Team PCP launched Canister Worm, which compromised of 47 npm packages across multiple scopes. Later variants added token theft and malicious phishing in the post-install hook, making every developer or CI pipeline that installs an effective package an unwilling propagation vector. 28 packages were compromised in under 60 seconds. Now, what do we know? How do we protect ourselves from this? This right here, right? I'm talking about the ways that we can protect ourselves from being affected by this. Actions on merge requests should not contain any credentials. We could talk about that. That would be difficult. How do we protect ourselves from this? There's an easy way. I've talked about it many times. Something I have urged package managers to support by default. I can't go into every package manager, but I think that every package manager that takes itself seriously should implement this by default. There's an easy solution to this. Greater than 2 week, less than 2 year. Exactly, Russell. Exactly, Russell. That's the solution to not being had by this. What you want is you don't want any package newer than 2 weeks, because these do get caught and they get removed. Honestly, you could say 1 week. I think that when you're talking about corporate, I think you're talking 2 weeks. If you're talking about your home personal computer, I think a 1 week package cooldown is perfect. You're going to avoid everything that I've seen, but a side of security would say 2 weeks. 2 weeks, you're probably safe. But a package cooldown is the best way right now to defend against these. If you're saying I won't pull anything locally that hasn't been deployed for 2 weeks in NPM, well, it doesn't matter that they were there for half a day. Most of these were deployed or removed within 17 hours, which was really fantastic on NPM's part. But the problem is that too many people do latest, and latest doesn't have a package cooldown. Now, again, that's what I'm urging all package managers to do, is go with that latest has a 1 week cooldown built in. I think that would be really, really good and really important. It's called bleeding edge for a reason. Yeah, I think what's unfortunate is that too many people leverage the bleeding edge. They don't understand the risk of it. This is why I think by default, package managers should go to 2 weeks or 1 week, so that because too many people just do latest, right? Too many people don't know, don't care, and it's not a bleeding edge, it is a stabbing edge. It's like it's not like, oh, you're gonna get slightly cut. Like, no, it's a big deal. Now, I still haven't brought in light LLM or pith files, right? We started this whole thing by talking about what a Python pith file was. Again, I know that there's no I in it. I just can't do. Do you want me to do pth or to call it a pith? I'm going to call it a pith because that sounds cooler than a pth. Okay. These were not untrusted user input. These were that somebody was compromised with the credentials to push to npm, right? So as soon as you compromise credentials to push to npm, then that actually is not an untrusted user input. That is, I mean, yeah, unless if you're saying that the latest is untrusted user input, I don't know. That I don't think that's quite the same, but these were just using the stolen credentials. They had credentials to deploy to npm, because what happens is when you hijack a CI/CD pipeline, a lot of the times that pipeline deploys stuff places. And so they have credentials to deploy. Now, I would argue again that if we're talking about CI/CD and pipelines, npm OIDC. Oh, look. It's like npm has an OIDC authentication, eliminating the need for long-lived tokens. Again, one way people could do this is just leveraging OIDC for their publishing. npm supports it because what this gives you is a short-lived token that even if somebody does hijack your pipeline and steals it, doesn't allow them to then impersonate you an hour later. You make it very short-scoped, make it so that even if they exfil that data, it doesn't matter. Again, we're going to cover all the steps that on both sides, how you can protect yourself from this event happening, and if you're interested in not having this happen to you, how you could protect yourself from doing it. Okay, and I get it. I'm going to say this right now. I'm not a security expert. I tend to delve into this a little bit, but I'm not somebody that's getting down into the bytes and running Nmap. You guys have seen me run Nmap. It turns out poorly. And worse off, once I have run Nmap, I have no idea what to do with that. I'm like, I have information and I know what, but as far as corporate security goes, I'm at least somewhat knowledgeable. Okay, so this was a really, really great rundown of it. So this was done by Sneak. They'll get the shout out for this. They'll get a shout out because it was the best rundown of how Light LLM finally got compromised, trying to tie it all together. So this was the original credentials that were stolen. This was these credentials getting leverage to no, don't hide there. Okay. Okay. So this was right here. This was those credentials being leveraged and then impersonating a commit. Remember, we talked about that and how ChainGuard covered that. Then we got the checkmarks kicks GitHub action was compromised. So leveraging the Trivy, we compromised checkmarks. Then a light LLM was published to PyPy, leveraging the credentials stolen with the checkmarks. This was the malicious light LLM was published to PyPy 13 minutes after with escalated PIF delivery mechanism. Okay, this is really important. The PIF delivery mechanism was brilliant. And here we have like the opens disclosure issue. So we're starting to see it. It was not long. It did not take long for this to actually get taken down. This was hilarious. Welcome to LLMs. So this was open. Malicious light LLM init PIF in light LLM 182.8. This got flooded. This got absolutely flooded by Claudebot. Claudebot actually made this impossible to follow. Exactly what I needed. Thanks. This solved my issue. Thank you. Let's see. So it got really, really out of control. It looks like they've went through and cleaned up a lot of them. It got really out of control. you couldn't follow the conversation because of the number of Claude bots saying, this is exactly what I needed. Thank you. And it was just an open issue. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. That made actually filing it. Also, the credentials that were stolen up here, they actually leveraged it to close the issue. So at first, the issue got closed pretty much automatically. Now, I noticed it has been reopened, which is good. Yeah, so Future Search confirms issue closure and bot spam. So this was the issue got closed. And again, it has been reopened, which is good. But it got auto closed. All right. So key's been rotated. It's been handled. Now, how it was discovered is interesting. And it got discovered because it was vibe coded, which is pretty fantastic. But also, it fork bombed itself, so it would crash people's computers, which is hilarious, just fantastic. But I don't think that was its intent. But yeah, anyways, why is Pith a delivery mechanism so interesting? You know, we're looking at what we know of Pith. It's a module search path extension. Well, if you realize it, which I didn't at first, I didn't realize this at first, but that means every time you run anything Python, I mean anything Python, this would execute. It doesn't matter what. Anything Python with that Python that it was installed in, this would execute. Let that sink in. This is like worse than NPM. Is that possible? Is it possible to be worse than NPM? I think it's very well possible. It's executed on any import, sure. Who writes code without any import? Okay, that's maybe fair. That's maybe fair. Any import. That's fair. If you had pure Python. But I think it would execute with importing the standard library, right? So you'd have to be pure Python without any like standard library imports as well. Effectively, if you ran Python and again, it doesn't have to be running, it doesn't need to be running light LLM. Once and fun thing, the person that discovered this didn't have light LLM installed, but light LLM was installed on one of his dependencies. So this was a sub-dependency of the person who found it, right? Okay. That is just fantastic. So Celia McLennan from Future Search was testing a Cursor MCP plugin. So it was a Cursor MCP plugin that pulled light LLM as a transient dependency. Now, I would say shame on Cursor MCP that pulled the latest light LLM. These people that are writing the Cursor MCP are not pinning their dependencies. They are not doing a 2-week cooldown. This is why it's so important that you do these on your dependencies. Like, that's a big thing here. Like, that's a big call out. Nobody's calling out. Cursor MCP plugin was not pinning their dependencies. It's so important. As a transient dependency, shortly after Python started, his machine became unresponsive to RAM exhaustion. Now, everybody has RAM exhaustion right now. We talk about RAM prices and it exhausts us. RAM exhaustion is a real issue for humans right now. But that's okay. His computer also suffered from RAM exhaustion. This is true proof that LLMs are exhausting RAM. So many jokes with this. It's great. Anyways, he traced it to the newly installed light LLM package and found this Pith. a 36,000 byte file in site packages, double base 64 encoded. That's how based it was. It was double based. I think that this is probably I don't know. Is there a reason to double? I haven't heard of a good reason to double base 64 encode. My assumption is that this was like a vibe coding mistake. The RAM exhaustion was a side effect of the payload, not an intentional feature. The pith mechanism fires on every Python interpreter startup. Because the payload spawns a new Python script, that new process also triggers a pith execution. The result was an unintended fork bomb. So basically, every single time the pith started, it actually executed Python, which triggered a pith startup, which triggered. So again, it's just a very classic fork bomb because it triggered on every Python interpreter startup, which was fantastic. So the reason this was caught so quickly was because of it fork bombing itself. I actually almost covered TurboQuant. I almost covered TurboQuant. You know what? Now that it's brought up, I'll cover TurboQuant. And the reason I didn't cover it in the first place. Yeah. Anyhow, that is all I know about the Trivy incident. The last thing that I wanted to talk about was all the ways that you could protect yourself at every one of these instances. Really, really quickly. Just simple things. You don't have to be a hacker. You don't have to be a thing. You have to be a thing. Just something. You got to be something. But if you're something, you should be able to leverage these steps. They're simple steps to protect your packages from having this happen to you and protecting yourself from having this happen to you. Maybe I should make a YouTube video on it. I always say I'm not a security expert, but I do deal with this quite a bit. And so, you know, again, this isn't hacker level stuff. This is like just the simple stuff to help. If you're a security tool and you're on GitHub, you probably need to require signed commits. You can actually do that at a GitHub level. And I would say that, yeah, Trivy, you should require signed commits. Just saying. Now, I think that GitHub could actually make this a lot better. And I think that we should ask GitHub to make it a lot better. Because if they want to be the place for developers, they want to make a safe place for developers to work. I don't want to feel like I have to have a PhD in GitHub Actions to leverage them safely. That's not a fair ask, right? You want something, especially if you want to be the face of open source. I'm not sure if they do want that anymore, but if they do want to be that, then they need to offer a secure place for open source to deploy. Open source developers have too much on their plate to be worried about whether they parsed or sanitized the title of their text, or whether somebody's impersonating a Git commit. Like, a lot of times, open source developers are being strained too much as it is already. They're literally moving off the platform because they're getting flooded with bots and they're getting flooded with these things, and they're not getting that protection. So if you want to support the open source community, you gotta want to fix these issues. You have to be at something coming from the Null channel. Gosh dang it. Somebody give Russell a slow clap. That was a fantastic one. That one was good. Yeah. Oh, that was good. That was good. Kudos. Okay, so first, you probably want to do that. The other thing that I have been bringing up over and over again is short-lived tokens. So that's going to protect if you get hacked, your credentials aren't there. So like with the OIDC, NPM supports this. If you're a company, you should set up the OIDC connector to NPM for trusted publishing. Full stop. Full stop. There is no reason to do otherwise. Period. And the reason is you get a short-lived token. So even if somebody hijacks your pipeline and steals the credential is useless minutes later. And you can set that timeout. I actually set it very, very aggressively. So we're talking about just less than a minute. And you have to request the credential right before you want to do something with it. Now, you can also do 10 minutes because most of the time, these attacks exfil the data somewhere where they then try to figure out how to leverage it and use it. So it takes hours or days or weeks before they actually leverage it. So even a 10, 30-minute timeout on that temporary credential is fine, is absolutely fine. It's going to protect you and the people that depend on you from having this happen to them. So get rid of all long-term credentials that you can. That's step one. Step two, if you have a breach, rotate all credentials. Absolutely all of them. You should have a credential rotation plan. You should execute it. Full stop. Not just the ones you think were taken, all of them that thing had access to. Absolutely every single one of them. What upsets me here is that there was so many steps where one of these things would have stopped this entire chain, right? This entire chain happened because these steps weren't followed. And they're simple steps. They're simple steps that should have been followed. Okay? And again, I'm not calling anyone out here. This can happen to all of us. Mistakes happen. The fact is, there was a bunch of little mistakes. A colleague of mine would say that the root cause is a fallacy because there's no single one root thing here that caused all of this. Each one of these steps was its own issue. And if you really want to understand the big picture, you got to understand all the little things that added up to that big picture being a thing. We could say the root cause was this pawn request on Trivy CI. But the fact of the matter is, that's not true, right? This could have happened, and if all the credentials were rotated, the other things wouldn't happen. If GitHub didn't allow you to rewrite tags or required you to sign tags, this wouldn't have happened. If they use short-lived credentials, this wouldn't have happened. If they use short-lived credentials, this wouldn't have happened. If they use short-lived credentials, this wouldn't have happened. If Future Search and everyone else used a package cooldown, this wouldn't have happened. Right? The hacker post would have always happened. That's just going to happen because you done screwed up. But if you didn't screw up in these, the hacker post wouldn't have happened, right? Because, yeah, it's a nothing burger. If ClaudeBot didn't exist, this wouldn't have happened. So maybe this one's always going to happen, okay? Maybe we can't avoid this one in the future. But actually, I think that this brings up something that GitHub needs to address. How to protect issues from bot spamming. This is now a real issue that has to be addressed. I don't have a good one for it, though. You should not have PIF files anywhere. I have them everywhere now. I just put PIF files places. JWT revocation is still very bad. You just use short-lived tokens. So you don't have to revoke them. They just die. Anyways, this is there's no one failure point here. There's a bunch of little failure points. And this is, a lot of times security professionals talk about like lateral movement when you exfil data, where you can access this machine and accessing this machine allows you to get to some crown jewel that allows you to get to this machine, and you get like this lateral movement across your network. This is basically lateral movement across an ecosystem, right? This is basically the same thing, that's just happening in an entire ecosystem, not in one system. So a lot of times we're referring to this lateral movement inside of our own systems, like a centralized location, our AWS account. This was just the same thing done where there was a cacophony of little mistakes that led to a big deal. Just use short-lived tokens might miss some. I'm not saying that just use short-lived tokens solves every problem. I guess maybe I should be clear on that. You're right. There are other problems out there. There's also platforms that don't support OIDC or short-lived tokens. So in those cases, you have issues that you have to deal with. So there are definitely other issues to deal with there. That's where you can start talking about if they don't support. Now, in the case of what we're talking about, these platforms do support OIDC short-lived tokens that weren't being leveraged. So that's why I called it out here, because that's just another layer of that onion. I'm not talking about all the layers of the onion here. I'm just talking about ones that would have stopped this attack specifically in how it was executed. But Dirk, you're right. Like there are times when you need to revoke stuff, and there are also times where you have long-lived stuff. You're that's a fine thing. Like I said, I was just talking here and what you can do easily to protect against these things. I wanted to keep it easy. I wanted to keep it high level. These are things that are really really simple. They don't require a whole lot of work to protect against. All right, let's talk a little bit about open source. I only saw two projects that caught my eye. One, it looks like it's half vibe coded, half a lot of people put a lot of work into. It is in Java. So we'll just pretend that these people like to drink a bunch of coffee. This is the coffee script. This is the script of coffeeers, because coffee script is a thing. So we'll say this is the script of coffee enjoyers. That's how we're going to refer to it in the future. But Open Data Loader PDF is an interesting thing if you're ever trying to get PDFs into text. So this is a PDF parser. People are using it for AI. I actually leverage this for a different reason, not to do with AI, but I actually leverage this to parse data, and I used it locally, and it did pretty well. It did pretty well. There's definitely like you can put it on a remote LLM, but I just use the CPU, and I didn't use like the hybrid with like the GPU stuff. I just used the CPU, and it actually did pretty well. So I enjoyed the Coffee Enjoyer script project. So if you're wanting to get some PDF files, is CoffeeScript a thing anymore? I don't know if it's a thing anymore. I don't know. I just know that CoffeeScript existed at one time. Let me see. Let's see. CoffeeScript. Yeah. Oh, of course it's a thing. Of course it's a thing. What we really need what we really need, and maybe we need to do this as a project. Would this be a fun way to learn? Okay. I just had an idea. I've always wanted to do like a learn to make a computer language. What if we make like cappuccino script that compiles into coffee script that compiles into JavaScript? Would that be not only funny, but a fun way to learn? Oh, T script might actually be good, better. T script is good. Okay. We're gonna have to have some ideas on this, because what I'm trying to think of is like fun ways to learn while you do like ridiculous stuff. So it's still fun, but you're also learning something. I don't know if that makes sense. Where it's still stupid, but you learn something. Like when we did the programming challenge, where we did the binary search tree, but we did it all in Kubernetes and microservices, like so stupidly over the top. But like we tried to learn something while we did it. Maybe we can make something fun out of this. Anyways, coffee script. Anyways, let's move on. Cocoa Way. It is the Rust application of I'm sorry, T script sounds like so much fun. Like just the name. Like, because you could have like paradigms around leaves in it, like leaves and stems. Like, okay, so like think about this. The threading of T script. Could the threading of T script be stems and the leaflets be the memory for the stem? Is this how we do it? Like, is this a fun paradigm that's terrible at the same time? Or we'll think about that. Cocoa Way is the Rust project of the month. I mean the week. I'm not a Mac user, but Wayland is a particular fan of mine, and Rust is too. Now, I did notice that this has like not super well maintained, but it was a cool project. I wanted to give JXZ a shout out. They got Wayland working in maybe the worst OS out there. So if you happen to accidentally find yourself on the worst OS out there, but you'd like to get the best OS's capabilities of Wayland, it's here. There you go. Those are my two open source projects. I didn't see any other open source projects that were really interesting this week other than Light LLM. Like I said, I was pretty busy with things like Light LLM. Let's talk about cloud news. The big cloud news was this. The AWS region has been disrupted as a result of the ongoing conflict. This is like the most that we've heard from them. And they tell you to refer to the status. So basically, 2 out of the 3 availability zones were removed from the existence of the region. Okay. And a lot of times, availability zones. Sorry about that. One second. Hold, please. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So anyways, this had an interesting effect that I hadn't been thinking about. Now, I don't track inventory this way, but maybe more people do than I expected. So there was this article. AWS would prefer to forget March ever happened to its UAE region. Cloud giant waves an entire month of charges, then erases the billing data. There's literally nothing to see here. So the reason that they're making this is ME Central 1 is basically gone. At this point, AWS, I have not been able to get out of them when they expect the region to come back. The 2 of the 3 availability zones are down. I don't know what the damage looks like to those availability zones. So if you know AWS or architecture, the 3 availability zones are in a region. They can be very close together and they can be very far apart, or not very far apart, but they try to be in different buildings. So usually they're in different buildings, but usually they're kind of close together. So 2 of them are gone, as far as I know. Now, I did see this where basically they said, okay, you can't actually even delete instances from those regions because each region has its own control plane that runs that region, right? And that control plane runs in high availability mode, so it runs in 2 of the availability zones at any one time. And because 2 of them are down in a catastrophic failure, you can't even delete your workloads from those regions, but they're not doing anything. Like they're just, like there's nothing functioning. And because of that, basically AWS's solution to this was, well, we're just going to erase it from your bill, right? Your entirety from your bill. Now, I think what would be the better solution here is to not erase it from your bill, but to set the bill to 0 for that infrastructure, right? You're not actually getting to leverage the infrastructure. You're not using it. You'll set the bill to 0, but you won't remove it from the bill. That was the big deal. So they removed everything from ME Central 1 from that. What the big deal here is for compliance accounting. Now, for compliance accounting, you need to know where your inventory is. And I guess a lot of people take this from their bill. So auditors rely on it. Now, my compliance teams don't leverage this. This is not how we do inventory and we manage our inventory. But if you do leverage this for your inventory, this will be a problem for compliance because this is how you know where you had inventory. And you should keep track that you had inventory there, even though you don't have inventory there now, right? So this is a thing that I just didn't realize would be a problem for people. But after reading this, it kind of makes sense if that's your way of understanding where your inventory is, your AWS bill. If they just remove something from the bill, that might actually cause you problems with compliance. So yeah, interesting. Is the Department of War telling him to be careful about how leaking AWS ability status? Yeah. So anyways, I found that interesting. I thought you guys might find it interesting. I don't know if you guys deal with any of your compliance. One of my teams does. And so we weren't directly affected by this. Well, I mean, we were affected by the outage of the region, but we weren't directly affected by compliance efforts because we track it other ways. And so, yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal for us in a compliance manner, but it might be for you. And if it is, you should probably talk to your legal team or your compliance team or whoever. All right. I have two little things to go over really quickly with you all before we get into some fun. Well, by fun, I mean I'm going to make another cup of coffee, and then we'll get into some fun. Well, you guys might play some Wordle, or you should stretch your legs or play Wordle if you're on a standing walking desk. You know what? I tried that. I went with a standing walking desk because I was like, man, I can walk and type. I can do it. And it turns out I could walk and type. But where I live in the winter, the air gets so dry that if you walk and type, you create so much static electricity. I actually ruined one of my nice keyboards because I would shock it so much, the static electricity. I would zap it so many times, and in just one day. And it was kind of painful too. Like the shocks were painful to me as well. And so then I got to where like I was wearing one of those static wristbands, and then I initially wired it to my table, my desk, but my desk, I guess, wasn't grounded, or the paint kept it from, so that didn't actually work. And so then I had to tape it to my computer, the computer chassis, because it is grounded. It's grounded into the electrical plug. And then what I realized was that I could take a electrical plug, take the two prongs out of it, and just use the ground plug in it and just plug myself into the outlet to be grounded, which is terrifying, but it actually works really well. And then this just got too much work. Like all of this was, then I was like wired up to the wall to walk on my treadmill to not short my keyboard out. It was too much. It was too much. I don't know how I got on this rant. You should go walking. I think that's where I was going. That's where I was going. Okay. You should take a walk. That's where I was going. Be healthy. Let's talk about the two things. First, in GitHub's Octoverse, I completely passed over this, but confirmation bias here. TypeScript is now the most used language on GitHub. The prevailing theory on this is that both overtook Python and JavaScript. Its rise illustrates how developers are shifting towards typed languages that make agent-assisted coding more reliable in production. I have actually said for a long time, people said that that agents will go to assembly or something like that because it's no longer about the ability for humans to read. And I strongly argued against this because, as I have said for a long time, LLMs themselves are not doing this. We're not seeing that. We're seeing this, right? They're leveling out. You know, the last couple ones have been very, very minor improvements. And so because they're leveling out, right? The thing is, they're not going to write it in assembly. What they're going to do is they're going to gravitate eventually, slowly, towards the best formed language. Because what we found with agents, why are agents so much better than the raw LLM? Agents are so much better because they mix in context from the compiler, the static analysis tools, all of those types of things can feed the LLM to make better code. This is actually why I said right now, I think Rust is one of the best languages. Now, there's not as much training data, so I understand where Rust isn't going to be as good right now. But for LLMs in general, I think the language that has the most context and can give the most feedback. Now, maybe we create a new language just for LLMs that has tons of restrictions, tons of layered structure. Just make it the perfectly structured language where you can give perfect feedback. You could get LLMs to be really, really, really awesome, right? I think Haskell and Rust and those types of languages are going to be, or could be, some of the best languages for LLMs. Anyways, like I said, confirmation bias, sure. It's what I've been saying. It's what I've been saying. linear. If you guys don't know what linear is probably my favorite way. If I didn't have to work in Jira, if I started a company, I would use linear, right? That's what I would use for project tracking, and I like it way better. But let's talk about their new article. This is the last thing I have, really. It was interesting. We should talk about it. Issue tracking is dead. This is a little clickbait. Well, we're gonna understand. I actually want to talk to them because I don't think I understood this article. It was built for a handoff model of software development. A PM scoped the work, engineers picked it up later, and the system filled with prioritization, negotiation, and workflow to bridge the gap. The ceremony came from real constraints. Engineering time was scarce. Teams needed a way to route work carefully across roles and functions. But over time, complexity started to look like sophistication. The more process a system could absorb, the more advanced it seemed. Overhead kept growing, and the process became the work. Linear has always built itself on the opposite belief. The best systems remove overhead so teams can focus on building. I love this. This is why I think Linear is probably the best. Also because they have a Vim mode in their web browser for ticket management is just amazing. Just to be clear, they've not sponsored me for anything. But they could, because I actually really like their product. Say hello to spec tracking. Right, Russell. This is where, like, LLMs versus the borrow checker, the fight of the century. Okay, sometimes that is a true thing. I have seen it fight the borrow checker for minutes. Probably $300 of borrow checking on my Cursor account. That is probably true. Like, probably hundreds of dollars fighting the borrow checker. Linear has always built on the... So, again, I love this. This is why I think Linear is so much better than Jira in many ways. Now, a lot of Jira's fault is how people implement it. I will also go out and say that as well. Jira doesn't have to be terrible, but people add more and more and more and more and more to it. And it eventually becomes a slow, messy nightmare that's difficult to do stuff in. Agents push that further. They can make software development a lot simpler. Planning, implementation, and code review become to encompass as agents absorb more of the procedural work. People can spend more time on intent, judgment, and taste. I don't know what taste means here, and less time managing the mechanics of the process. This shift already underway. Today, coding agents are installed in more than 75% of Linear Enterprises workspaces. Okay, I don't know what the installation rate means here. I actually really hate this. The one place. What's the name of the one place? It's not Cloudflare. Workforce. Not Workforce. What is it called? Salesforce. Salesforce did this where they gave their agent away for free and then said, like, look, 50% of our customers ordered Force Agent or Agent Force. Ordered Agent Force. And it's like, yes, you also gave it to them for free. So why wouldn't they? Right? Like, it's not a very validating metric here. The volume of work completed by agents grew 5 times, and the agents authored nearly 25% of new issues. So somebody has agents that are authoring issues. This is fine. I don't actually mind this. But yeah, in this new world, the next system is not designed around handoffs. It's designed around context and agents. Agents are not mind readers. They become useful through context, customer feedback, internal ideas, strategic decisions, and code all need to be captured in a system that humans and agents can work from together. Fair. That system should understand intent, route work to the right actor, escalate when needed, and keep execution moving. It should help teams move work forward, not trap them inside process. I mean, this should be the effective use of a leader too, should be to keep teams move work forward and not trap them in process. 100%. That's like, you should only have process that's trying to enable this. That is what linear is becoming. That's what linear is, honestly. Like, that's what they've always strived to be. This is where I think the title is clickbait, because, like, to me, linear has always been this. They've always strived to keep the process something that should drive teams' work forward. Linear is a shared product system that turns context into execution. Okay, this is what a project management system has been. This is what Jira is. This is what everything is. It is a project system that turns context into execution. Like, again, they're wording it like it's something new here. But isn't that what all project management systems do, right? I don't know. I guess apparently to me that was obvious. Maybe this is a new revolution that other people are having. It holds feedback, intent, decisions, plans, and code, shapes that context into work, and helps humans and agent carry it out all the way out to production. Again, I think this is what it always has been. I feel like maybe I'm missing something here, because, like I said, I love Linear's work. And when I read this, I just didn't understand the nuance that they were trying to get to. Linear is a shared product system that turns context into execute. Yes, agreed. They have this here, which, I saw one person that was like, look, there's no sprint. And it was like, oh, okay. If there's no sprint, where are the humans in this? They didn't put humans in this. They have customer requests, bug reports, feedbacks, but these plans, these discussions, these specs, these all come from human. This context right here, right? And this is the humans here. And so what is this context all wrapped up in, right? This context all comes from, I don't know, a plan. And you're going to have plans for the next 2 weeks, maybe, month, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Towards the vision, today we are launching Linear Agent. I haven't used this yet. A native agent interface to work within your product context, analyze user feedback, and craft project issues and documents. Okay, so fine. This is just continuing what they're doing. It's just going to help craft project issues and documents. Great. Easy. I love this because I've actually, Jira has had this for 6 months now, and it's been awesome because, like, it can prompt you for things like, hey, you need a better definition of done. And you're like, okay, yeah, I should have a better definition of done. And it helps you craft really good issues and documents. Cool. Skills. As you find workflows worth repeating, you can codify them as reusable skills. Okay, yeah, whatever. That's every AI agent out there. Automation, starting with triage, trigger agent workflows the moment, again, every agent out there. So far, this sounds like just what Linear has been doing. Again, maybe I'm the one confused here. I've been trying to read into this. I wanted to bring it to your guys. You know what? Let me give you guys the link. It's an interesting way to say the agents caused lots of issues. Russell, that's actually such a great statement, though. Like, when you can say, like, this doesn't say that they were correct either, right? It's like going, you know what it's like? It's like saying that 90% of the comments on this post were made by AI, right? It's true. It's true. %90 of the comments were exactly what I needed. Thanks. It was funny before they got rid of a lot of them. There was like a string of 12 of these from different people that said exactly what I needed. Thanks. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I enjoyed the fire. In this world, the next system is not designed around handoffs. It is designed around context and agent. Okay, like I don't see a big change here. I don't see a big change here. So let's see what's coming soon. Code intelligence. Linear can understand, answer questions, and debug your code base. Again, every agent out there. Code diffs, review code within a fast modern interface for both humans and agent. Again, this isn't changing the process at all. Linear coding agent. Linear writes code and automatically fixes bug, powered by frontier models, enhanced with linear context and tools. This is actually, this is really cool. There's another company that does this right here. Can I remember what it's called? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Let's see. Augment AI. I actually think that this is a really, really cool thing. They have this context engine. Basically, this context engine hooks up to your Jira, hooks up to your GitHub, and provides context to your LLMs. So this is actually a really cool idea that I see other people executing on. It doesn't change how we work, right? It doesn't change how we work. Like in the end, again, I watched what was his face? What was his face? The T3 guy. T3 guy. He was super excited about this because for some reason this made sense to him. And I really like while I was watching him make it, I can't remember his name for some reason. Starts with a T, I think. Maybe. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's it. Tell me where I'm wrong. Get in Discord and let me know if you think that there's actually something awesome here that I'm missing, some nuance that I'm missing here. To me, how we plan, how we have a process, a lot of that process is to ensure that we're working on the right things, that we're driving the right thing. So, why do we do sprints and why do we have this process? Well, a lot of that process is making sure that we're driving the right goals, right? A lot of that process that you have with PMs is to make sure that the right thing is being fed into the system and is being driven forward. A lot of that process is to gather that context that is needed to drive execution. I've had this conversation a lot with a lot of people. Even if you put code generation to 0, you've only moved the bottleneck. And in fact, I don't ever think that code generation was the bottleneck. Understanding what to build, why to build it, where to build it, how to build it, what's the most important thing to build has been the bottleneck for a long time. It hasn't been code generation. A lot of our jobs as engineers is to suss that out and understand it and drive that completion, right? Theo, thank you. It was Theo. A really great question for many companies. Why do you do sprints? Yeah. So, Russell, I like synchronized sprints. I like synchronized sprints where every engineering team in the company works on the same 2-week cadence, which I know is like bonkers because a lot of the times I'm like, do whatever is right for the team, right? Like if 1 week sprints are great, is 1 month sprints are great, whatever. I actually like synchronized 2-week sprints across the entire company. And the reason why is ease of execution. So one of the problems with this is dependencies on other teams, right? You have other teams that have dependencies on you, and you have dependencies on other teams. So understanding those dependencies, that context of where your dependencies are, who you depend on, and who depends on you, right? This is some crappy dependency tree like thing, right? And so one of the cool things that if you're on a synchronized 2-week sprint, just hear me out here. It helps with prioritization, right? It helps you prioritize things and know when they're going to be executed on, right? So if I know that this team who depends on this team is going to get task A done, one done first, then task 2 and task 3, well, this is actually task 2 and this is task 3. And this would be let's say this one had a dependency on this one. This one would be task 4. But these are also different teams. This is team A. This is team B. C, D. So you have your teams like this, and you have your tasks. And now I can say, well, this needs to be in this sprint. This is next sprint, the sprint after that, and the sprint after that. So it lets me organize around that and lets teams stay focused where they don't have to feel like they are going to get disrupted. So they can have their work and they can fully focus on that. Because if you don't protect them, what I found, my biggest complaint with Kanban, right? This is going to be my biggest complaint with just pure Kanban. And I actually kind of like Kanban. And I think that it works in some cases. But my biggest problem with Kanban is this prioritization becomes difficult. And in something like this, it's very easy to get distracted. Both team D and team C are going to be asking things of different teams. Actually, this is a backwards arrow of different teams, right? And helping them prioritize what they need to be working on right now. Because what you could have is here is task. We're just going to say task C. This team could be blocked by in here by a task thing. And this is in here, right? Let's put it in here, actually. This is a better example. This right here. So this team and this team should go, and this team can go ahead and work on task thing because task 3 doesn't need to be done right now, right? So they can go ahead and prioritize this work and fully work on that because that will unblock this team. This is what the ceremonies are looking to drive. It's always team A. So I understand what you're saying. You have deadlines. You work on a grand plan that has no room for deviation. I get that. I think that this isn't about not having deviation. This is about letting developers focus for a set amount of time before deviation is made. You're saying we won't deviate for 2 weeks. And that's not 100% true. You try not to deviate for 2 weeks. But it's allowing them to kind of heads down focus on that topic or try to. That's the attempt, right? And I think this is actually less about having a grand plan and having and saying that like, hey, we can't say what we're working on for the next 3 months, right? So in lieu of that, we're going to isolate what we're working on this next 2 weeks, which I think you can get pretty good at. And during that 2 weeks, you'll spend some of your time understanding the next 2 weeks beyond that and planning in the next 2 weeks beyond that. Now, I do agree that this is maybe for a larger company with more teams that depend on each other. Right? As you get larger, I think there's a lot of small companies, I would say under 100 engineers, that this doesn't apply to, probably, at all. And something like Kanban would be more than sufficient. That's my guess. That would be my guess. Like I said, understanding your engineering teams and what you do is probably the biggest thing that you have to understand. And like saying any one thing is the best way for all things is probably also wrong. This is one way that I've found success with managing projects in large scopes is we take small bites out of it, two sprints at a time. One problem I've had with Kanban in multiple team orchestration is prioritizing what should be done. It gets a little bit muddy in my opinion. Now, maybe other teams deal with that better. Maybe there's a better way of doing it. Maybe I haven't figured that out yet. That's also possible. That is also possible. I still don't know. Did anybody see something that I like super missed here? I didn't understand coming fully back. I didn't understand what was so groundbreaking about this. This read like everything's changing. This is also pretty cool. This read like everything's changing, but to me it felt very everything's the same. If you use Sprint to coordinate stuff like this, you would do it in the new context as well. If you didn't use sprints, then you wouldn't use it in the new context as well. Like to me, all of the things kind of lined up. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just me. Oh, I think this is the challenge word list. So for all of you who think that it's too easy, good luck. Good luck. This was fun. Let's try to kick this off with a good one. I'm helping you all out here by making sure that your first guess is a solid one. What you don't realize is that an X is way more likely in this data set than other ones. Russell, I'd be interested in I'd be interested in talking how Oh gosh. That was a complete whiff. That was a complete whiff. I have not failed that hard in a long time, since at least last Saturday. We know that there's not an O or an X or a B and W. I'd be interested. Like, I have struggled with this because I'm a firm believer that the only process that you should adopt is processes that enable teamwork. And I don't know where that fine line is, right? Because, like, I feel like some structure that lives across different teams helps team collaboration. You know, if all your sprints start at a different time, then it's hard to know when another team is going to deliver something. For the most part, I think that teams can get pretty good at knowing what they can deliver in 2 weeks. Unless if it's like an unknown task. And then you should designate that out as like a research spike, right? Which is not delivering anything. That's saying you're going to your delivery is going to be understanding what actually needs to be done. I actually really like Kanban for small teams. Either a small team that has no dependency on other teams, or and no dependencies no other teams depend on it, or just small companies. I think Kanban is the best way to go. You have somebody that prioritizes that backlog of importance stuff, and that's just the execution that flows. Sorry, I forgot I need my screen to be on here. An S and an E. We got a good one here. Yeah, and I've seen that too. I don't know the right call on this one. Even still, I've obviously done this for years. Part of me says that cutting it up is a good thing, and that's what I generally go with. But I don't think we should arbitrarily cut stuff up, right? I don't like arbitrarily cutting stuff up. I do like yeah, I don't know. This is a difficult one, right? And I think this is also why, like, if you actually go to Agile and you talk about the teams and products before process, I think it's really important, right? But it's really important, but not well executed on, because it becomes difficult if you really prioritize people over process. Then you go maybe to this extreme of everything is unique, and that doesn't necessarily scale very well. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I do like Kanban. That's how I do most things personally. Is I just do it by Kanban. Like, yeah. All right, I'm gonna make some coffee while you guys fail miserably at this. What? Okay, I'm gonna stay for this one. Just I want to see what this is. There could be multiple E's, right? I'm gonna be sad if it's just needs. I can't think of another word right now. Let's see. I'm voting with you guys just so I could claim those points. Deeds? Deeds? Is it deeds? Is deeds a word? Like that's like the plural. I don't know if deeds is a word actually. Now that I've typed it, meads like multiple mead. Another the right because it's DEA, right? Like so, feeds or seeds. It is meads. It is, but isn't MEA?
Mead.
I thought it was MEA, but that's like alcohol, right? Like mead. Okay. So this is what I was thinking of. I was not thinking about mead.
Mead.
and deserves shared or reward. He must deserve some meed of appreciation. Dang it, this is a hard one. This is a hard word list, okay? Yeah, archaic. I love this word list. I love this word list. This is the best word list, right? This is like the epitome of learn something new Wordle style, right? This is learn something new Wordle style. I'm gonna play a little music for you guys. You guys can listen to some music. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. Have fun not solving a Wordle. Sorry, I just blasted your eardrums. That was a mistake. I'll be back in just a little bit. Thanks everybody for joining so far. It's like Tomb Raider meets Wordle. I love this word list. All right, see you all in about 10 minutes. Go stretch your legs. You don't have to play the worst Wordle game ever. I'll see you all in a second. All right. How are you guys losing so far? How are you guys losing so far? Oh, thumb? You guys got an easy one. You guys got an easy one. Wait, you got one? Wait, did you say you like got it or you like actually got the word? Nice. Oh, okay. Round of applause. Excellent work. I mean, actually getting it is, I would not have. I guess we don't have those things. Does Europe doesn't have them either, right? They're like East Asia, right? Agorl? Isn't that like a type of goat? Yeah, isn't it a type like is it in where are I don't think this is what I was thinking. I thought it was a goat. I guess it's not a goat. I thought it was a goat. Oops. I was not calling a group of people goats. I thought Agora was a goat. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I thought Agora was like a goat. Okay. And antelope, they're kind of cute, honestly. They're kind of adorable. Where do they come from, though? Obviously not from the Americas. I don't think they're in the US. Sorry, we gotta get back to this. Dutch education is cooked, apparently. So is the English. Oh, they're Himalayans, so like again, I think that's why Americans would have the least chance of knowing about gorals. Like, right? They don't come to mind. It's like pangolins don't come to mind as a creature, right? How many Americans even know that pangolins exist? Right? You know, they might as well be a dinosaur. We know dinosaurs better than we know gorals. Dang it. That's a true fact. That's a true statement. I also did not know it was a population of humans. We learn so much playing Wordle, don't we? Like, this actually is kind of a fun game now. Okay, let's get the next word. We have Bose. Like, is it booze? Just B-O-O-S? What about boops? Is that a word even? Boops? Like, you boop something on the head? I don't know. I wasn't going to go there, Dutch. Apparently that's a word in this list. Gosh dang it. I'm gonna have to go remove that one. I was gonna say, it's obviously a word. It started the timer. It started the timer. Dang it. We're gonna have to go edit this list after this. It's B-O something O-S. It's B-O something O-S. What is this word? Oh, bolos. Dang it. No, it can't be an L. Never mind. Never mind. Bob Bose. B-O. But it can't be an L? No, it can't be an L. Bolos was good. Bozos. Another excellent one. Okay, it's not the only English word. Wait, is it not supposed to show us the word? Why isn't it showing us the word? Oh, we gotta wait a little bit of time, don't we? It's been so long since we've gotten here. Wait, why did it not show it? Is there a bug? Whoa, we gotta look at this. Why did it not display? Whoa. This is unacceptable. Z. We're using Z. Okay, let's go find it. Let's go find B-O... no, just in this word. B-O star... Can we... Wait. Stop. I just want to search in this file, okay? B-O star O-S. That was the word, right? B-O something O-S, right? I don't think this is working. This star. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Bozos is a word, but it wasn't that one, so it had to be boyos, right? What is this? How's it going, boyo? How's it going, boyo?
Boyo.
Yeah, boyo.
Boyo.
Huh. Now, my question is, why did it not display? Right? That seems weird to me. I did cover App Armor, yes. That Y isn't some special character, is it? It's not. Hmm. Oh wait, did I miss? I did misspell it, didn't I? You know what? We'll fix it. Wait. Is this one where it's like English versus American? Or did I just misspell it completely? No, I just misspelled it. I had no idea how to spell it. It's wrong in every. Stop that. Stop that. It is wrong in every language. It's a challenge to spell challenge, okay? Just so you know. I'm just gonna copy and paste it here so I don't make the same mistake. This is gonna make everything break though. Just shouldn't be too bad to fix, right? Get a 32-inch LG for 150. Where's the link to that? Oh boyo. Oh boyo. Exactly. Please start using the right vernacular. I'm going to be a little bit touchy if you all start stopping using the right vernacular, please. As you can see, spelling in the English language is very important to me. Very important to me. Wait, did I miss it more? Okay. Wait. This needs to be fixed. Not here. Right. This is in the... Right. Oh, you're right. I am in an IDE. I should be able to rename it. One second. Let's do that. How do I do that? I haven't been using Z for very long, right? So don't hate on the Z too much. This is a me thing. I haven't used Z for very long. Okay. I think it is Do you know what? I know how to find this easy. Rename. So when in and not menu, it's GRN. Can we make it just space? Wait. When Vim mode equals helix normal and Vim mode or Vim mode select. No. Let's do this one, right? Vim control. Can it just be space RN? Okay, like, so I'm not going to, like, I'm happy if there are people. Do people love the curved monitor? This monitor displays various programs at once. Ooh, let me show them. Let me show them. This monitor also displays various programs all at once on the not 31 inch widescreen. Ooh. Monitor with IPS technology delivers constant color. IPS versus like why am I forgetting the in one? The old, it's faster, but it has dimmer colors. It's not about consistent colors. It's about dimmer and less vibrant colors. IPS is more about vibrancy than consistent. How much? Good point. How much do you get for writing a description? I figured they'd copy and paste or had AI do it, but I guess maybe they did neither. This full HD, it's only HD. You have a 31 inch widescreen that's only HD. Oh, I don't know if that's good. I love how this one says display various programs while this one says display various programs at once. These two are effectively the same sales pitch. This is like same. It's full HD, and it's 31 inches with a 1500R curvature. That's like the two pieces of technology things here. Would have gotten that out of the spec. Oh wait, it's not an IPS. It's a VA. Wait a second. This is just wrong. It's not an IPS panel. I don't actually know what a VA panel is. Right? I was thinking like the NT panels, right? VA. I don't know what this is. I was thinking of the TN panels. I didn't realize VA was a thing, but it's not an IPS. Uh-oh. Do you know what I've wanted to do with these? I actually think it would be cool to like take one of these out of the stand and housing and put it in like a... So obviously, not there. If I had hundreds of people join for the news, it'd be cool to have like a news desk with one of these embedded in the front of it with like curvature that like displays the topic we're talking about. I always thought that would be cool. You know, like take it apart. You're just like taking the housing off, right? Taking the stand out and this and like embedding it back into a desk. I've always thought that would be cool as like a visual thing. I don't know how I would feel about a curved window. I'm not sure. Now you have me thinking about putting it in my car's dashboard. Now I can't unsee that. All right. Okay. Let's try this. All right. So we go. Sorry, had to think about how to spell that. This is just telling me all the places that renamed it. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah. This is just saying all the places. How do I? Okay, cool. I don't want to see where you renamed it. I just want it to happen. Oh, better to use a green screen? You're probably correct. You're probably correct, right? I don't necessarily always do the things that make sense to do. I don't always make sense. I don't know that that worked. Oh, it did. We have errors here, though. It did not work on everything. Oh, I did change it. Okay, that's fine. It's right there. How did we screw this up? Okay. Maybe we didn't screw it. Let's go build that. Okay, so we're good now. Now, what we need to do, you know what? When you misspell this thing the same way every single time, it's not a problem, right? So what the problem that you're going to see here is this right here. Cargo build why is this not the first thing in the history of this? Oh, you know what? It's fine. What is it? It is what is the execute quick? No. I'm just I want this. I wanted this. I was stuck on build for some reason. It was cargo run. I also misspelled it here, right? It's not this. This is gonna fail. Uh-oh. I thought this built. Oh. New. I see. Okay. Is this here? Whoa. Okay. That was weird. That was the staples. It's misspelled here, right? This was not type checked. Oh, this is actually in the Wordle game we use it. Okay, I see. I'm pressing words that quit that. Okay. It's over here. Oh, so when we did the rename, I don't think it saved. See, it's here, but it just needs saved. So when you do a rename, it gave me that window, and I think I need to go through and actually save them. I think that's the problem. I think if we actually go back now, it'll be fixed. Yeah, this is gonna fail because Twitch isn't. Yeah. I didn't source the files. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I just need to learn to use the tool correctly. I think that was a user error. I make those every once in a while. Mostly it's the IDE not doing my wishes. We should probably clean up some of this. This is pretty crappy. All right, what do we want to do today? I was thinking about, okay, so AI games happening July 4th. That or an alien invasion. One or the other is happening July 4th. It's going to take an alien invasion to stop this. Now watch me have something come up. One of the things that we're going to do in that is I am working on a list of instructions, issues, and tickets for a real service. Very simple service, very well-known service. And we're going to try to get an AI to build a production service. And we're going to deploy it to production. Like, so users can go hit it. That's like going to be the goal, right? We're going to see if we can do it just with agents. One of the things that I wanted to challenge myself this year was to actually build stuff that people could leverage just with agents and force myself to not go touch the code and see if I could do it faster that way. I think it will be good learning. Whether whether it's good or not, it will be good education, okay, for us Americans. Oh, Russell. Of course I meant Independence Day. Thank you very much. Okay. The last thing that we have to do over here is we got to do like the high scores. Yeah, we gotta do scoring here, which is something we have not done. We probably need like a SQLite database. We need an SQLite database backed by a file. And I think it would be pretty easy. I was thinking the scoring would be something like, I think we would just do like the username, like Twitch username. Maybe, yeah, like this. Twitch underscore username would be the unique ID. Let me make it clear. This would be the username. This way, if we added a platform like YouTube or something, like it would still be unique per platform. Twitch username, and then do we just keep like current points? I feel like there's more information we could keep, like how many they've gotten correct, the average number of tries. Let's see, games played. Let's just keep it simple for right now. Number of guesses made. Let's see. And we just do total points? Let's do number correct. I can't spell today. So we'll do let's make these actually the table names. Guesses. Correct guesses. Total points. I think that, is this all we need? I think this is probably all, right? I think this is probably all we need. Oh, let me change my title. We're just hanging out. I think this is all we really need for this. We'll keep it simple. Do we have, let's see. Oh, do you know what? Is it on? What I wanted to try to do is see if we couldn't hook up our local model. I'm on the official one here, not the Z I built. I know, I'm trying to update them. Back up and update. Beautiful. I don't know why I had to update this, like go to this file to then okay, well that was weird. This is not like quite coming into like view. Oh, I not quite there yet. Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. I can't see. Is this an i3 issue? Is that what is happening here? Okay, maybe it's just we're fine. We're fine. This is not true though. This is 192.168.1.112. Oh, I did not mean that. Please come back. I did not mean that. Please come back. One 192.168.1.112. How do I click save? Please save this number. Wait. Did it? This was the reason I built it from source. But I didn't maintain my branch. Like I don't have the Oh, it has the ones I've downloaded. So it's bringing this up from like some sort of stored database, shared database here, because this is the ones that I have on the machine, but it's not allowing me to update the URL, right? 192.168.1.112. Oh, maybe I just have to hit enter. I didn't hit enter after any of that. You just have to hit enter. Okay. Cool. Is that the right IP address? I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't actually believe it is. I don't remember I have to go look it up. 1 second. I have to go open a network appliance. I think I can do this without accidentally leaking anything. I just always hesitate just a little. I just want to set it up, get there first. Two-factor authentication is awesome. I happen to love it. One second, I'm doing two-factor authentication. Okay, now I'm in my network appliance. We'll look at client devices. We will look at the Spark. Dude, I still hate that the Spark, the way I tell if it's on is I stick my hand in the back and feel if it's warm. That's the indicator for my computer's on. Oh. It's 104. 104. I was so off. Okay, so what's confusing me here is like I'm selecting this, right? And it seems to be taking it. But how do I know if it's working? Because like it already knew which model, so it's not like it's reloading that, right? And here it's not giving me... Let me switch to Z AI, and then let me switch back. Let me switch back. This menu is killing me. Let me switch back to... Why doesn't it? Yeah, it's not letting me select the OpenAI or the Ollama. Let's make sure Ollama's running. Is that the vet farmer method? Telling if it's alive? Wait, what did I do? What are you making fun of? That probably is well deserved. What did I do that is well deserved of being made fun of? That was me complaining about the product, not how I check to see if my normal computer is on. My computer has an indicator light, something that actually bypassed everybody at NVIDIA. An indicator light. It's brilliant. It's genius. The farmer method. Okay, so this is the database I was talking about. It's just like put in here. I feel like I have to go back to my built one, right? I feel like I don't think it's working. I had hoped, since there was several iterations, that the bugs and stuff that I was dealing with Ollama were fixed. The thing is, like, my patch wouldn't have been very good. I didn't make it like a thing that would be well received to check in, or else I would have made a pull request with it. But maybe I need to do that because I want to use Ollama in the AI games. And maybe I just need to not use Zed. Maybe that's the... NVIDIA is full of farmers. They're Goral farmers, right? They're Goral farmers, right? What? The login keyring did not... What login keyring are they looking for? Oh, okay, okay. This is probably to the Copilot. I'm just not sure. Am I missing something here? Let's curl Ollama. Because we can curl it, right? And I just want to make sure it's available from here, right? Let's just do this. And this will be this 192.168.1.104. Do we have Llama 3? We have Llama 4 Scout. Let's do Llama 4 Scout. Now, this might have to load the model. Since this is the first one, it could take a little while because Ollama on the other system is going to only load one at a time, right? Scout is also probably one of the bigger models. Oh, wait, maybe I didn't actually... I might not have submitted this. Wait. Did I not close? Oh, no, I did close. Okay. I did. Cool. So we are able to access this remotely. It's available. There's no network issue. Okay. Excellent. So, do you know what I need to do? Okay. We're going to vibe code some stuff. Like I said, I actually want to build some services and try to push them out with it. The first thing that we're going to do is going to be super simple. The first one is just a URL shortener. I know it's going to get abused. And we're gonna try to vibe code protections in on that, which will be fun, right? We'll try to do that, and we'll try to get the AIs to do it, which I thought was like a fun test. URL shortener is super easy. Then actually making one, maybe a little bit difficult. We'll see. The other thing that I meant to do in January and I didn't do was make this accessible to subscribers, the Spark. So that's another thing. I don't think I want to trust vibe coding on that one, just because I'll have to put it on my physical network, or else I would vibe code that one. We'll have to figure out when to get that done. I need to do that. Okay, what was I looking up? Oh, Zed Olama. I feel like I can't have as much trouble as I do. Like, it has to work somehow. In Zed, on the star icon in the bottom right, select configure. Okay, let's just start from the beginning. On the star menu. Oh, there we go. There's configure. Under LLM providers, choose Olama. One 192.168.1.104. Oh, they did fix this. Okay, well, I don't know if they fixed it, because if you remember correctly, the last time that we were doing this, this would still just hit localhost no matter what you would type into it. We'll see though. Now, this... Okay, let's see if this... It says connected. Did that fix all of our problems? Is it now? It's now a provider in here. This annoys me. The fact that I was in here in the settings and I set it up here. Gosh. Okay. Do we want to use this one? I feel like actually. What is the newest, most bestest coding model? Actually. I don't feel like it's Quinn 2. Like, Quinn 3.5 came out, so is Quinn 3 coder or Quinn 3. We might have to test to understand what's the best. That's actually one of the AI games things we should do. What's the best local model that I can run on the Spark for coding? That's a good idea. That's fantastic. Just a competition. Granted, 4 we ran into problems, but maybe that's fixed. I've heard good things about Kimmy K. Isn't that what the Composer 2 is built on top of? You don't think I can run Quinn 3 coder next? Locally? Oh, these are pretty big models, aren't they? I think I should be able to run this. 52 gigs? It doesn't tell me how big it's not a big context window, right? Like, it's not a million token context. I might be able to run this. I don't know. It doesn't tell me how many parameters, which is a pretty good indication. It might be too much big. What does cloud mean? I thought that just meant that they had it on their cloud, like it was a supported model. I don't know what this means. I wish I could click on it to understand what it means. It says that it's for local. I guess maybe cloud means that you can only run it. Quinn 3.5 I have locally. Or I know that you can go locally. I don't think cloud... I think it just means it's on their cloud, right? Because you can also get it hosted on theirs, right? Run 3 cloud models at a time. I think that's what it is. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but... At 50 gigs, I'm not going to download it today. Kimmy K 2.5 I've heard good things about, right? I think so. Okay, well, I will download some more. I need to update these because, like, we have Quinn 3. There should be Quinn 3 out. I have Quinn 3 coder. Let's do Quinn 3 coder. Actually, let's do Granite. This was the one that we were playing around with. I believe this is the one that the context died on. So we'll just do Granite 4. Let's do this one. Yeah, let's do that one. That's like maybe the biggest one we can do. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay, then let's go over here. Do I have to select which model over here? It doesn't seem to be. Maybe I have to select that here. No. Okay, well, let's see how this works. Oh, llama. I guess it could be loading the model right now, right? Granite is supposedly really good locally as well, right? Supposedly. Supposedly, I can run 200 billion parameter models. I say supposedly because I have crashed out on 150 billion or 128 billion parameter models. So supposedly there is a mythical 200 billion parameter model that I can run. I haven't found it yet, but like supposedly that mythical thing exists that I can do. This is not working as far as I can tell. Let's actually try to write something. Let's look at the cargo TOML. Do we have, what are we looking for? We're looking for something. There's not going to be a cyber apocalypse for 2026? Are you for real? I was actually, oh man. I was actually thinking about joining that one. I meant to last year. Okay, so we do have SQLX. That's actually news we should cover. I'm gonna maybe send them an email. Yeah, that's actually super sad. I kind of wanted to do it this year. I mean, I'm not good at it. I wouldn't be good at it, but it's good practice, right? Good to think that way. Well, bummer. That's a bummer. I keep meaning to do some of those on stream. I just haven't done it. There's so much I haven't done. I'm an expert at procrastination. Yeah, I'm really good at it. Okay, well, let's stop procrastinating and do something. Okay, let's see. I wanted to see if this was actually working. We got to create another migration because we want to add a table, right? So we really probably should just create another migration where we do a table if not exists. We can actually get SQLX to do this for us, right? Help! Help! Migrate! Help! Help! Add. Yeah, okay. What are the commands for this? Epic Ninja Elephant. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Yeah, we'll just do timestamp, right? Let's see. And we are in migrations, right? Yeah. Do I need to specify source migrations? We don't have migrations outside here. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump in here. Wait. Where are we? So we're going to jump in here. I don't know why I was spelling source. And then here's migrations. Okay. So then we can run SQLX, migrate, add, and then this is all we want is timestamp. Oh, if you are a fan of command line action, I recommend you find a better YouTuber, Twitch streamer, person, better person, just an all-around better person. I'm not very good at it. The following requirement, oh, I needed a description. Add, what are we doing? We are adding support for Wordle. Man, I'm adding this to the same database, which is a different table. Maybe instead of this, so this right here is the one that's all for the Twitch stuff. And maybe what we should do is we should actually go into like, maybe we should just make a database for Wordle. Now, Epic Ninja Elephant, I'm going to tell you, if you know the command line, you can help me become a better command line engineer. That's what I am. I'm a command line engineer. I'm a junior command line engineer. You're absolutely more than welcome to stick around and help me. Now, that being said, I suck at reading Twitch chat. So you can also help me learn to do that better. I'm also bad at spelling. If we're covering all the things that I'm bad at, we're gonna be here for a little while, so we'll stop there. I think that I'm going to do it here, right? I think I'm just going to create a new database for Wordle, because they're not really this similar. I realized I could just shove everything together, and I'm probably going to do that because I'm going to be like, this sucks. but we're going to start here. And then we can... And then we have our migrations in here. Help. Engineers are persons? Yeah, that's what I keep telling people, that I'm a person. One of these days, people will believe it. Yeah. I think it's database create, right? I believe I have to give it a name, right? I believe I have to give it a name. Yeah. Here is the database URL. So we'll do database URL. I can apparently bad at typing too. SQLite alerts.db. Alerts is not the right thing here. I just kind of typed that out. What is the right thing? What is the right thing? This is scoreboard. Wordle scoreboard. I think that's all we need, right? And then we can do add time, SQL migrate, add timestamp, and this is init scoreboard table. Okay, so now I got to do a couple things. This is fine here as is. What I don't know, I do some fancy stuff to manage SQLX in here. Let's see, where is that? Where is it? So I do this, right? This is the manager. This is not what I'm talking about, right? Let's see if I can find what I'm talking about. Let's see, that's the AI manager, Twitch manager. Is it just utils? No, it's not utils. That's like the tracing stuff, right? Man, it's so long ago since I wrote this. So what it's referring to here with the pick up the new migrations, this is, I have a bit of code to manage that database, right? Where did I hide that? Here we go. Well, we might be able to just move this, right? We might just be able to move this. And parameterize. Move it and parameterize it, right? Let's see, can we do that easily? We should be able to do that easily. DB string. So this is the file for the DB. So here we go for, this is what we're doing here. We could just also copy and paste this code and pretend like I wouldn't get made fun of. I always say Lando. I always say Lando, and I always apologize. Lando Spark, how are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? It's been a little while. It's good to see you. Lando, have you been using Zed? Have you been using Zed? I've been using Zed for a little bit now. You're awake, otherwise okay? That's a fantastic response. That's a fantastic response. I'm gonna try to parameterize this. You're a co-pilot? Oh boy. Oh boy, co-pilot. Now, I'm gonna have to ask you to define what you mean by co-pilot. That's like saying I use Microsoft. Now, we all understand it's code co-pilot, but which code co-pilot? Their naming is so bad. I think if you Googled worst company at naming, you'd get Microsoft. Let's try that. Let's actually try that. Worst company at naming. No, I don't want business names. Poopsie's Pizza? Is this real? Oh, that's fantastic. I think Microsoft might be the worst at naming. It's possible. It's undecided, but possible. All right, let's try to parameter. So what I was thinking here, I'm gonna do something that I think is a code smell, because I like doing that on stream most of the time. SQL utils. I know that I always say that utils are usually a code smell, but I think that sometimes they make sense. This is basically a piece of code that I want for SQLX. It's a extension of SQLX. It could be its own crate that's a wrapper of SQLX. I don't think it's worth it right here, but that's how I'm making it okay in my mind. Windows Phone 7, Series 7, Phone Series 7. Also, do you remember how it's Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows X? Yeah. Their naming has always been a little sus. I do believe that they have... I don't know how they do naming, but if there was one thing Microsoft should fix is their naming. Their naming. Yeah. I do believe they should fix their naming. Let's see. We're going to do something like... What are we doing here? We're doing like set up SQL Lite. Right? I think so. I think that's what we're doing. I think that's what we're doing. Because that's what this is gonna be. Yeah. Okay. We're good. And yeah, the name is, I know the name is also kind of bad right now, because like the name of the file and is the name of the function. Maybe we could make this setup. Yeah, let's do that. This is better naming. We're gonna call this, it's part of SQL utils. We're gonna name this one setup. setup is going to have one for SQLite. Boom. Okay, that feels better. That feels better. Oh, Windows 8.2. Do you remember, like, oh yeah, Windows naming has been a disaster too. Like NT. I vote that Microsoft gets a first class seat to the company's bad at naming awards. That's all. That's all my point is. It's a good point. It's a solid point. Okay, they're winning those awards. Look, you could call out that maybe Poopsie Pizza maybe should win. Like, I feel like maybe they're just the most notorious, maybe. But oh, dude, Copilot is such a plague on them. Like, the word Copilot needs to be stricken from their lips, and it would do the companies like Russ. You know what? It was so weird. Microsoft like was like an enemy for me for a while, and then they made this turn under Satya where I really started to like and defend them, and that was a mistake of mine. It was literally a mistake. I should have seen it coming, because like they have so hard in the past year just destroyed any reputation that they've had. It's been a little funny, just a little funny. Because yeah, it's just a little funny. Okay, come on. Can you... I don't think this is actually working. You know what? Maybe I did learn this. Maybe I need to restart. Let's just restart Zed. This was a bug in my fork when I made a fork to support this. What was this called? Utils? This was the folder is SQL utils. It's really SQLX utils, right? I'll update that name. But wait. SQLX utils. This is public mod SQL utils. All right, and then we need to go and add that to the main here. No. Mod SQL utils. Done. Let's collapse that. I actually think Copilot, and maybe this is why it upsets me so. I think it was the best name. Like, think of Codex, Anthropic, like none of those yell like an agent for you. Like none of them have this good agent. Copilot actually has this really great, like they're gonna sit there and assist you, and it's gonna be like your extension and you know, handle some of the things for you, you know, be your co-pilot. Like, I actually think it's the best name for an AI coding agent. And then they took that best name and they just rammed it down your throat over and over and over again. And that's what like really upsets me, because like it was or probably is the best name of all of them. Okay, why is this saying it's not included anywhere? Aspire? I don't know what that is. I'm not really in Microsoft stack, so no rewrites? That's my talking. Oh. Cool. I'll have to look at it. I haven't actually seen it. I'll look at it this week. If it's cool, I'll show it off as an open source project for next week. Microsoft does do some cool stuff. I like the C#. I always like going back to the Roslyn compiler because like it's how I learned to program was the Roslyn compiler. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, there's definitely some cool stuff that they do, but jamming the word Copilot down people's throat is probably not the best. Wait, okay, so it says it's not included anywhere. Okay, I made a mistake here. This is why here. Now, will my AI take over? Come on. Control-Alt-Shift-I. I can't hit that combo with my keyboard. Control-Shift-Alt-I. I can't do that. Can I ask for a... Can I right click? I want to ask for a completion, right? I can type it. Oh, predict at cursor. Why are predictions not working? Let's see. Oh, llama. Let's. Which one were we using? Which one did we select? Did we do? I think we did Quinn 2 coder. I think this is this the one we're using? I think it is. I'm trying to get the local code to work. And so like this part is working. Like in the agent side here, this appears to be working, right? It's going out, hitting Quinn, but like if I ask it to make a prediction here, like at the cursor, this isn't working. Maybe the 3 billion. Maybe that's why I was on the 3 billion instead of the 2.5. Ooh, maybe that's my... And should I just do Quinn here? Maybe instead of infer? Maybe that's... Let's try that. Maybe it was my... maybe it was my... It's a terrible guess. It's absolutely terrible. But it's something. It's valid rust, right? It's valid rust. But it's terrible. It's not at all. That was like the worst that it could do. That's so let's see. I'm running on this little machine here, which should have enough memory. Let's see. OLM ls. I have Quinn3 coder. I wonder if it was the infer. Actually, I want to go back to Quinn3. I'm getting so annoyed with this menu. You gotta slide it out every single time. I want to go back to Quinn3 coder, and I want to do the prompt format. Like, instead of infer, just tell it that it's Quinn. I want to see if that is going to fix this. All right, let's see. This could take a while, the first prediction, because it's going to have to change out models, right? Hey, look, it did it. Okay, so infer doesn't work very well, right? It's still not what I want. It's still not what I want, but like, it's trying. It's trying. You know, this is what we're going to do here. It's also really slow. My guess here is this is a lack of context. This is why I actually want to, another project that I want to do this year is I want to do a really cool local context engine. Basically something that is like an MCP server or something like that, that basically will feed every request to the AI should go through this context engine. Like, you give the engine like the request and it builds context around it. Because like the only thing here for this one should be that it gets a setup.rs, right? Because we want pubmod setup.rs. Just public mod setup, like, right? Like, that should be the only logical thing to do here. Yeah, that's like the only logical thing. And it was failing because it did what do people do in new modules? They write a mod test and a test utils, and like, again, it's statistical analysis. But the statistical analysis sucks because it doesn't have the context, right? That's like the big thing here. Yeah. Anyways. Okay, cool. But we are using our local model. Cool. Awesome. My hardware is okay. I think that it's overhyped. My hardware is overhyped. I don't think it's as good as the sticker price asks it to be. It should be better. It's okay. The weird thing is, one weird thing is there's very few models that take a use of it. So there are some models that go above 120 gigs, and there's some models that go below 120 gigs. And usually the ones that are below 120 gigs are like 27 gigs. And it's like, I want one that goes to 110 gigs. Like, I want to just use 100 gigs. But I haven't found that sweet model that is like fully utilizing it. I'm either underutilizing it or crashing it. Sadly, so far. That's the AI tagline. It's overhyped. The big thing that I've found really frustrating with this machine is literally I can't find a model that seems to utilize it perfectly. It's either like designed for your CPU or a graphics card, like a 5090, or it's like designed for much bigger. And it's like, I have neither. So I just have this DGX Spark, which, yeah. In theory, I think one thing that we could do with it is I could run, you know, let's say that it's taking 15 gigs to run Quinn 3. I could run multiple Quinn 3s. I could probably run, I'm not going to say 10, but, you know, oh, come up here. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Yeah. You're coming to say hi? You're coming to say hi? Yeah. Oh. You coming to say hi? Oh, good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Your breath stinks. All right. All right. You've gotten big. Stop it. Good boy. All right. So one possible thing that I could do here is run 8 Quinn 3s, and like that could be cool. Like if people wanted like a cheap Quinn 3 hosted, I could do something like that, right? Where it's like, run 3 of them. Now, what I don't know is if I can split up the GPU that way, where I run 3 of them and it loads it in different parts of memory. I sure hope I can. I've never done that though. That pup would love to be, that dog loves people. So that's his job. He loves people. Yeah. Oh, it was hilarious. So we have a very long driveway. We live in the middle of nowhere. And because of that, we have a thing that monitors our driveway because like we can't see people coming up it. And so like, we have stuff that monitors that, and that rings a doorbell when I say doorbell, but there's not a doorbell. It's a driveway bell. It rings a driveway bell when a vehicle's coming up the driveway. Anyways, there was a storm, and our driveway bell sometimes has false alarms when there's lightning. And so I unplug it during storms. I unplug the bell. The monitoring is still going on and being recorded, but the bell doesn't go off because it basically just makes the dogs think a lot of people are coming up our driveway when there's a lightning storm. Should I work on the detection of vehicles versus lightning? Yes, I should. But for some reason, that's actually a hard problem. Anyways, all of that being said, I unplugged it. So we didn't know UPS came up to deliver a package. We did not know this. We go and go outside, and there's literally a UPS delivery person standing like 3 feet away from us. Like, so anyways, long story short, that scared that poor dog so badly to just see a person standing there. The dog his name's Asher, fully poofed. Like all of his hair was like, oh no, people. And then like, obviously he got scared, but he was excited somebody was here. And so he went to this person like wagging his tail, but this person saw a dog that just like raised all of his hackles. And so I had to apologize. I was like, no, he's friendly. He just wants to come see you. He's scared himself. He himself is scared, but he's also excited that there's a human here. I don't know why I was telling you guys that story. Yeah, Thor is coming to dinner. Turn off all the alarms. Dude, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Lightning goes, ding, ding, dong. And you're like, oh my goodness. Oh, I was going to say, like, the dog loves the people. But yeah, he's also a scaredy cat. He's a puppy. I say he's a puppy. He's like a year and a half. He's a big dog. He's like 120 pounds. But he's a big boy. But what was I going to say about him? He just loves people. That's pretty much it. Is that path? Let's see. Oh no, I'm hitting the wrong things again. The wrong things. That's what I wanted. Main. I think that's the STD path. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. All dogs are puppies. Yeah. Well, yeah. This one especially is. He thinks he's big and tough. There was a strange dog that came to our house this one time, and he decided he was going to protect my kids from this golden retriever, which I'm 100% sure this golden retriever was not going to hurt my kids. But he decided that it was a strange dog, had no right to be here, and so he was going to put himself between that golden retriever and my children. And like, this is probably the most aggressive I've ever seen this dog being. That being said, I have seen this dog whine because he stepped on a stick incorrectly. Did no damage, no lasting damage. He was fine afterwards. He just like stepped on it and was like, oh, that hurt, and then went off and continued playing. He is not a tough dog. He's never had to be tough, which is great. I love it from him, but he likes to believe that he's going to be, if it came down to it. Okay. Let's see. This is more like setup, SQLite, migrations. That's really what we're doing in this. He is a very good dog, though. I would get on to him about like doing what he does with me, but he only does that with me. So like he doesn't get on other people or anything like that. So like he's very good about like he only does that with me. And so like that's why I tend to let it go. He doesn't jump on me, but he does get when I'm at my desk, he will get in my lap. He likes doing that. I think he thinks that he's like 40 pounds, not 120, but you know, it's hard to get him on the scales. All dogs are good dogs. It's just bad owners. I don't know. We have coyotes. I don't know. We have coyotes. They have no owner. All right, let's figure out what we're doing here and how we need to parameterize this. Oh, we ran out of music. Let's go with this. All right, let's see. So we set up our string. This is where the DB is. Now, I guess we probably should pass in, like what we should be doing here is passing these in, right? Even if we're getting them environment variables, those can be passed in from there. So we should do like, this AI is just really bad. This AI is just really bad. Let's see. Well, that was the type. Migration dir. We shouldn't pass in a string, right? I don't think so, at least. I still get Copilot for free, which is interesting because Microsoft actually offered to pay for my Copilot usage for the AI games. And they were like, well, we'll just give you an account. And they were like, what's your account? And I thought that they were going to give me something more than like what I already get, I guess, for contributing to open source projects that they support. And they're like, oh, you already have like 300 premium tokens a month. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, that's what we were going to give you. I was like, oh, okay. Can I have 600? They're like, we don't really have a way to do that. I was like, oh, well, thanks. But this does not count as sponsoring. You like it? There is this. I need to pull this one. Let's see. There is this Quinn 3.5 coder. That's the one I want to try. Supposedly it's doing really, really well. I have Quinn 3 coder. I don't know. 3.5 coder is supposedly really good. So I'm going to try that with as big of a model. I won't download it on stream. It takes a long time. Let's see. What? UWEN 3.5. Is coder a tag? Let's see. Do they not have a Quinn 3.5 coder? Quinn 3.5. I don't see a Quinn 3.5 coder. They did have a Quinn 3 coder. I wonder if it's just not in Ollama yet. Or is it one of these tags? Sometimes they do it like with a tag. I don't see a coder tag. So now what is interesting here is this 122 bytes might be perfect to fully utilize my GPU. So I'm kind of excited about that. 81 gigs, I think, is kind of a sweet spot. These are all just, okay, yeah. So we'll try this. I'll also see if I can't find the Quinn 3.5 coder and download that and run it manually. Put 300 free Russell, I should have done that. Should have gotten an extra 300 tokens. Dang it. I could probably message them back. I could probably go message them back. Now, I don't think it's going to last. I actually like their method of tokens, right? Where one request is a premium token, right? So like no matter how much it actually goes, like that's what a premium token is. I don't think it's going to last because as I've seen, AI models keep prompting themselves to get better. Like that's all the thinking models are in essence. There's a little bit more to that, but in essence, that's all that they are. And what that means is that the number of tokens used to solve a problem keeps expanding, and the expense of each token is actually growing as well. And so I don't think that Microsoft is going to keep that model, but we'll see. All right, so we got the migration. Do we need the... Okay, cargo manifester for development migrations. I don't know why I did this. I don't even think that I have this. Oh, this is just saying like find where the base thing. I see. Okay, yeah, this is fine. We're just gonna pass the migration directory. This song sounds really weird. Sounds like it's tinny and hollow. I might need to mess with my... And maybe that's what it's meant for. All right, so yeah, we just need this. Is that all we need? That might be. Let's go ahead and replace this with migration dir. Okay, honestly though, that's pretty fast. I'm actually really happy with how fast that's prompting me with stuff. That's pretty cool, right? I'm pleased with that. I don't need to do this anymore, right? This doesn't need to be done. Oh, this is gross. This is gross. I was doing this logic in here. Ugh, gross, gross, gross. Okay. I can actually get rid of all of this, right? Because all of this is just giving us the migration directory, right? Yeah. So, and then I'm using that here, that path buffer. So I still need to create the path buffer. Do I just pass a path buffer in? I feel like that's maybe actually the correct answer here, is this just becomes a path buffer. And then we delete all of this. This will happen before we get to this function. And I'll expect you to give it the migrations location. Yeah, okay, this is, and then this just becomes migrations dir. What's wrong with this? Cannot find value migration dir in this scope. Oh, this is migrations. You know, I'm gonna leave it as migrations because there could be more than one. Not guaranteed, but it's okay. They could fiddle with the multipliers. I think AI is going to get really expensive really quickly. That's my guess. It was already expensive, but it's gonna get more expensive. Okay, I didn't really do anything. Oh, wait. Return the connection manager? Wait. Ooh. Do we really want to do it this way? I mean, I guess that's how we were doing it here, right? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Make people depend on AI and then change them a lot. I mean, charge them a lot. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's what everybody is hoping to do is get, like, my guess is they're hoping to get AI good enough where people can actually start to depend on it. And then if they get it there, they can charge a whole lot more. That would be my take. Some people would say like they're waiting for AI to get cheaper. Well, the fact is it's getting more expensive each step that we go, not cheaper at this point. So I mean, like, hopefully, but yeah, absolutely. All right, so I think maybe what we want to do, or what I'm going to do, is this little bit of logic that I was doing. Set up. This little bit of logic I was doing around like what environment it is. Maybe I will do that in like a helper function. Because I don't want to put this type of stuff all throughout there, right? Also, for nothing, it's good to see you. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well today. Let's see. I'm just kind of hanging out at this point. I should be doing more important work. I actually need to be working on the AI games here soon. All right, let's see. Oh, I hit the wrong key again. Oh, what did I do? No, undo. Thank you. Let's see. So I create the connection and then I return the pool. That's long-lived, that's fine. What I want to maybe do is make some sort of helper. So I guess what I was thinking here is that I was thinking I could maybe make something to do this part. Because it's kind of convenient. Let's see. Get DB pool. No, it would be more like get DB from N. And we don't even need to know the DB name here. This is just getting the stuff. And this will be returning this will be a path buffer, right? I think that's what we're going to be returning. I think somebody was making fun of my design principles here. It's probably fair. I'm trying to extend this so I don't rewrite it for Wordle. That's what I'm trying to do. Our Wordle game is going to start using a database, and I could rewrite these functions for that Wordle game and just copy and paste them. But this felt better. Embrace, extend, extort. It's not extortion, right? Yeah, we'll return a result because we have some failure points here. Oh, you don't like this? Well, I don't like you. What's wrong? What's wrong? Failed to open. I don't. Oh, I haven't imported anyhow in here, right? Right. That's why. Oh, whoa. Mismatch types. I don't know how this is a mismatch type. Anyhow. I mean, it's the same thing I returned here. Enter being next to space makes things interesting here. Enter being next to space. I'm not sure what it's complaining about, honestly. Oh, except maybe I don't return anything. It's probably what it's returning, but the error was bad. Let's return path. And since I will be a good Rustration, we'll just do path, right? There we go. Nope, it doesn't like that. Expected value found built-in attribute path. Wait. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, did we not create? Oh, okay. I see. Let's see. Main. Let me look at this setup. Why I'm not there, I don't know. Alright, we're building it here. Those things are built. Okay, I see my mistake here. I was not looking at this, right? That's the thing. But then also I could just return this if statement, right? I don't need to do this, which would be silly. We're going to leave it like this for a little while just to get the errors done through. I don't know why it keeps taking me to that. Oh, this is some migrations, right? No, this is okay. Okay, that was a weird error that threw me off. Now, my question here is, I think that we can simplify this. Because basically, the only way to fail is in this panic, right? So we don't actually even need this. We can just do this, right? One second. This will be correct still, too. So if we do migrations just like this, and we remove this, we'll be fine, right? because the only failure point here is this panic, which we could handle this panic some other way. Except this is why I put the anyhow result is we are unwrapping here, which would just send the error back up. I see. Okay. So this is actually what we do. Go back. We leave anyhow error. We leave anyhow error, and then that means we can unwrap those implicitly. We do the same here. And instead of else panic, we just unwrap, right? Like send that straight back up the stack. And now we can say, okay, migrations. Why doesn't this like this? Oh, this is an option. Oh, I see. That's why it was this way. Right, because it's the sum. I wasn't reading the sum. Okay. All right. So I can't just use a question mark. Let's see. What are we doing here? Development migration directory. What is this doing? It's making a path out of the create dir and calling parent. I think this is baloney anyways. I don't think we're doing this anyway, because like this is getting the cargo manifest. And so what this used to be, I don't even know that we're doing this anymore. Because like what this used to do is it used to go and say, where is the migrations, right? And this wouldn't even work. I mean, like the thing is, like, the migrations aren't in the AI manager service because, like, we don't even name it that anymore. So, like, this is kind of hogwash. This is like a relic of the past. I don't even think we need it. I don't know. So I have some feelings that say this might be this feels right. I can't validate it either. I know that what day? March 3rd. This might be the right day. I know that there was a pretty big outage on March 3rd. What time is this saying it was? Can I get the time? Because I know it was in the evening for me. March 3rd might be, it sounds about right, that GitHub was down across the board. I was going to say, it seems accurate with what I can remember. Is today a bad day for Git right now? It seems like today... oh, this is the last 90 days. So today, no downtime. Okay. So, I would also say that this is a little misleading. I would say this is misleading in the way that, like, Teams GitHub notification app is down isn't a major outage that everyone would use. Now, you might use it, and that might be a deal for you, but like, it's one of the services. It's like if you said like AWS was down based off of a major outage of one of its services in one of its regions. Like, and that is true, and if it impacts you, that's a thing. But it's much more fair to break them out individually like this. Instead of looking at them like this. It's giving Azure front door a run for its money. Poor Azure front door. Poor Azure front door. What am I doing with this? Do we need to even do this now? So we're doing... I don't even think we need this. Let's get rid of this. Let's keep this simple, unless otherwise needed. We don't need all of this. I'm just, like, we don't even need this function. I was going to keep this function because I thought it was doing something interesting. And I don't think we need this because this is going to take, well, this is going to take a path buff. What I was thinking is, do we want to build, all right, get DB from it. You know what I was thinking? Is not all this, okay, yeah, not all this, but we could do something like, we could do something like this right here. Get cargo DB from environment, where it's like, get the location. Like if you want a default one, it's going to be in the project's main, and actually, maybe we should just do this. Get... Ooh, I like this. I like it. I have the idea now. The idea is solid. Get migrations from cargo dir. And then we want to put a some sort of stir. We'll do dir stir. Thank you. And we'll call that good. And then here we basically get this, and then we do path dot append is that I haven't done no, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. That's oh, it's join. It's join. I was like, isn't there an append? There isn't append. There is a join. Okay, my bad. So basically, you can just get this from, this will just be a nice helper if you want to get your migrations from your code, like for developing. Like you should be able to run this and get it from your cargo path, right? If we're talking about production, you just don't want to use this at all, right? Okay, and then we aren't returning a path buff with this. Do we want to return a path buff? I was thinking that we would. But we could just return the path, right? Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, actually, can we just do this? Okay. That's right? Yeah. I wasn't taking in the return of this, which would be a path buff from the join. I haven't written Rust in too long. This is good. I need to do this more, just for my own edification. Use it or lose it, friends. Now, can we make this also work if we are in production? I think that's all dependent on how we call it, right? I don't think this function needs to change. So let's go update main. And we can basically get rid of this altogether. So now what we need is how do we want to deal with this one? We want to... Why can't I insert mode? I couldn't go into insert mode. So this should be... We have SQL utils setup, right? Yeah, setup. And that should take let's see, setup takes both a... Oh, it's setup SQLite migrations. I forgot. I actually changed it. Let's actually just clean this up a little. We don't need any of that, and we don't need that. Beautiful. All right. This is setup SQLite migrations. And that needs a migration dir. And so what we're going to do is... Nope. Setup... migration... Wait, what did I name this? Is that the right thing? Did I nail it? No, I did not nail it. I named it Setup SQLite Migrations. Cannot find function. Did I not make this public? It's there. It's there. I promise it is. Have I screwed this up? Public async function. It's there. It's public. We're exposing setup. Oh, no, I did screw this up. All right. This function takes this is the one I expected. Right, 2 arguments, 1 supplied. We need the migrations directory. We'll do this just for now. We'll do SQL utils setup. Get migrations from cargo dir. What string are we taking and why? I forget. Oh, this is like the path into it, which right now is just src, right? Yeah. So this will just be src migrations. Mismatch type still. Oh, we need that. No. Okay, let's see. Where are... Okay, so this is our opening. Wait, let's see. Oh, no, we didn't need this. We did not need that. Okay. Expected struct path found result. Oh, okay, this is a result. Can we just slide that in there? Beautiful. Okay. Now we have upgraded that to the new method. We can also use this for the Wordle game, right? That was not a whole lot of work, but a lot of chatting. Not a whole lot of work, but a lot of chat. Thank you, everybody, for joining, by the way. Thanks for everybody that supports this in the news. I super appreciate it. And we have some good stuff on the horizon that we're doing. So, yeah. It's good to see some of the Londo Sparks, the old-time supporters. I feel like I haven't seen you recently, and I apologize if you were like here last stream and I'm just calling you out. I was like, I haven't seen you recently, but I know that you've been around for a little bit. Okay, so now in the Wordle game, if I remember, like, let's see, we have an entry point for our Wordle game, right? Where's our entry point for our Wordle game? I actually need to look in main, right? I think that's what's... So here in main, that's where I'm at. We basically have a bunch of stuff, probably too much stuff. This is the running the server. This is all the Twitch alerts. This is the run game. This is where we enter into the game. So we could build the database here. I think it makes sense to build the database here, right? And then really what we want to do is go to cargo dir, and this is actually source games Wordle migrations, right? That's where, yeah, Wordle migrations. And this DB path so this DB is just the name, right? I think that's just the name. Now, the interesting thing here with this DB, it's a file name, but does it need to be the full, like, where is the full execution of file? I think maybe we need to give an absolute directory on this. It is 2. So I have to urinate and I probably have to go hang out with the kids. So I'm gonna solve this. Next week we're gonna do more on the AI agents because I got to get them all ready all my ducks in a row for the AI games. We have a lot of stuff to do. I'm actually going to plan on having agents work on the back end while we do other things. So there's always going to be something to do, so we don't have downtime. So got a lot of plans for the AI games, and we're going to have to really start working on that. But one of the things that we have to do is we're going to have to get agents in a place. I want to play around so that I set them up for as much success as possible during those games. Yeah, anyways, it's 2. Let me find somebody to raid. Thanks everybody for joining and hanging out. Super appreciate it. Let me find somebody fun to raid. Let's see, who's fun to raid right now? You know what? This is a Linux developer. Absolutely a better engineer than I am. I don't actually know that I've ever watched one of their streams, but they're on my list. So that has to say a lot about them. I probably saw that they were a Linux developer and I was like, oh, cool. I want to watch that when I have the time. Anyways, go say hi to them. Thanks to everybody for joining, and I super appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you guys next week. Oh, I did the raid in the middle of an ad. Anyways, go say hi to them. Yeah, anyways, I'll see you all next week. Thanks, everybody. Bye.